So, do you have any questions from what we have covered so far?
I don't have any questions, just probably more concerns because I visited several crystal shops after our class about the fakes.
Okay, yeah, and
And I
that's
got
going to
really,
happen.
yeah, I got really concerned. My local shop that just opened, everything's from China, everything in
Oh.
her shop. And she's super knowledgeable about the properties of crystals, but and I felt this before when I went into her shop. I just didn't, I guess the awareness, the light wasn't shed on China to me, but I didn't feel any energy when I had walked in there before. And I mean, it was very low and her energy was very chaotic because she was just opening the store.
Mhm.
And I felt almost like, not to sound harsh, but like she vomited on me all this information about crystals and what
Mhm.
they could do for me. And not even knowing her audience, I just kind of was, oh, that's great, and I kept trying to go in her shop in different places and she followed me around. And I didn't go back because I was kind of like, oof, there's just too chaotic. And I
Yeah.
tried again, the same thing. And then this time I went there uh, with the cap on of the fakes, and there was so many names in there. Like there was money agate, there was
Are
just
you kidding me? Money
no.
agate?
She had
Oh.
towers of it, and when I touched it, it was plastic. She had melted resin. Like I just had a different lens on. Like before, I went in with very specific eyes. Like,
Mhm.
and then I started to get wondering about shungite. Is that fake a lot,
It
or
can be. Yeah.
yeah? Yeah.
Mhm.
And I was not feeling anything off of her shungite, and I thought, and I
Yeah.
just got kind of almost. I could understand why you wanted to scream at people because I'm thinking there's people coming in here and they want to heal. And I felt her intentions were, and then she's like, oh, the tariffs, I've got to charge so much for these crystals now coming from China. And I was like, oh. So I don't know. Like it's in my own hometown. And I'm like, I don't know. Thank you for bringing so much more awareness to the lab created
Mhm.
and to the, just there's everything. There was like shelves of the bait crystals because they were all different
Mhm.
bright colors. And then I was looking at some that were just, I didn't scrape them, but you felt like you wanted to scrape them
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
it just looks so waxy and so fake. And I'm not saying this in malice or anything. It was just awareness of like,
Mhm.
my town was so excited to get a crystal store and this is what we got. And not to be mean, but I was like, man,
Yeah.
I don't know
It
what.
it comes down to a a vast majority. Like I'm talking 95% or more of crystal sellers have no education beyond a book that they read or what they see on social media and they just take it hook, line, and sinker as true. They they don't really bother to educate themselves. They're certainly not talking to who they're buying from.
Mm.
And so it just kind of comes down to like we all have to decide ethically what what we are willing to do or not do. Do you just want to let it go or do you want to say something? Like I prompt with questions hoping that they will come to the conclusion of what happened. Now, I mean, I learned this as an attorney, so I don't expect anybody to necessarily do it this way. But this, yeah, I mean, this is how trial attorneys are. We ask a question, we lead people down a path, and then they're like, "Oh."
Mm.
So, um, like with the ones that are obviously resin or plastic or lab created, like what I said to the one lady that I told you all about, I would just say, do your clients really like these lab created crystals?
Oh, wow. Okay.
So you're basically telling her, but you're posing it in a question, so it's like she's not going to get defensive.
Mhm, mhm,
Because if her energy is that way after opening a crystal shop, there's something very wrong. There's something very wrong there. Um, I'm not saying necessarily with her, but there, you can't be around that number of crystals and have that energy. I mean, like she's trying to siphon your energy, which is why she followed you around. That's a siphoning energy. When somebody does that, they want to be in your energy bubble because they're siphoning. And it's like, no, no, that's not okay. So, I mean, that's the thing. We all get to decide when and if we want to say something. So and I don't say something all the time, but I will pose a question. And it usually is, "Oh, do your customers really like this resin that's actually not a crystal?" Or, do your clients like these dye injected crystals?
mhm.
Or I'll ask them, like money agate. I wrote that down. I got to research that. I would ask, what is the mineralogical name for this that's been filed with the International Commission? What's the real name? And I can guarantee you she doesn't know.
She was, yeah,
Yeah.
it
And
was
it,
more like this. Well, money agate's going to bring abundance, and like that kind of energy of just rattling off the metaphysical
yeah.
properties, but not the science. And I know, you know, I, I geek out on all that science, and maybe, but if you're a crystal owner, a crystal store owner,
Yeah.
I feel the responsibility to know
Hmm.
where it comes from and what it is comprised of, and the crystalline structure, and how it's derived. It has it even even now I'm starting to feel like, oh, this is a hot quartz. Like I never even paid attention to that before. And I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well,
And
it's interesting. It sounds like there's like several different layers of weird going on with that shop.
mhm.
Like, you know, not only is she surrounding herself with all this fake stuff, she seems like by your description of her very salesperson-y, if you
It
know what I
felt,
mean.
mhm.
And that kind of energy just turns me right off anyway. But the fact that she mentioned um how expensive it is to bring these things in now, like it's not like if you're working
Right.
with crystals, it's not about the money.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
that's really weird too.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. And
Yeah.
then one of the lights were flickering, and I looked up and she's like, "Oh, you met our spirit. I'm having him extracted on Sunday with a professional team." And I'm like, "What?"
No.
And she's like, "And I can't sage in here. My landlord won't let me sage." But it was like, just lack of better word, but it was just like vomiting information at me that was
Yeah.
spiritual. Okay, what is it? Crisis or psychosis?
Spiritual psychosis.
That's what it felt like. I was
Hmm.
like, whoa,
Yeah.
this is what this is.
Yeah.
And her Reiki table was in the middle of the shop with her tools on it. And she's like,
What?
"Oh, I have an open session if you want." And I was like, "No, I'm good. I don't need that." And then there was
Oh
another
my
chair.
God.
I know, and there was another chair set up. And she's like, "The only thing I ask is you don't bring in your own crystals. You can't bring your own crystals in here. But there's this chair over there, and it's $20 for 15 minutes to sit in the energy of all these crystals. And I even put cleansing crystals under the chair, so you'll be cleansed while you're sitting in here." And I was like, "Oh my goodness." I mean, like you said,
Wow.
there's so many
Mhm.
places that I just wanted to run out of there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I also wanted to stay from a place of, I want to right the wrong,
Yeah. Yeah.
like get as much information about this, because then my neighbors are looking to me. A lot of times they'll be
Mhm.
like, "Oh, did you get to the new crystal shop yet?" And I'm like, "Oh, okay, now I have this responsibility," because they always look for me to tell them
Yeah.
what they need. And I don't tell them what they need. I let them explore, but I felt, oh gosh, I got to figure this out because it's in my own hometown.
Yeah, and do not hesitate or feel badly to point blank tell people, I don't go to that store.
Mhm.
I mean, there's where I just moved from, there's a store in the area that I was literally repelled out the door, and the owner screamed at me.
Which what store, if you don't mind me asking, since I
Be,
live in the Lansing area too.
yeah, Beyond a Dream in Okemos.
Oh, I don't get out as far as Okemos much, so I
Yeah,
don't think I've encountered it. But yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Apparently, the store was closed, even though the door was open and the open sign was on. And when I walked in, she screamed at me, but I had been repelled out before that. And
Wow.
so for 10 years, I've been telling all of my students when like, I don't offer it, but when they ask me, they're like, do you ever go to Beyond a Dream? I'm like, no, I will not go into that store. Oh, why not? There's a dark energy in there.
Mhm.
And it's not just the
Yeah.
physical place, it is the owner who, by the way, is doing energy sessions and Akashic record
Ooh.
work. So she's taking her dark energy and putting it literally into your Akashic records and energy field. And that is a
Ugh.
hard no. Like if we had spiritual police, she would be convicted and serving a life sentence. Like this is really bad what she's doing. So
Wow.
I don't hesitate because I think we have an ethical duty to guide people who don't have the knowledge,
Right.
and we have an ethical duty to guide them to get the knowledge and not from that.
Mhm.
That's not where to get it. So, yeah, do not hesitate to tell people, I don't shop there. And then you can tell them why, and then they can come up with their own decision on it. Um, but this happens a lot. I literally do not go in to crystal stores for this reason, because when I go in, I know too much.
Mhm.
I
Makes
just can't.
sense.
Yeah. I go to the big shows and there are some booths that I avoid because it's like, ew, ugh, like you don't know what you're doing and you're selling fake stuff. And I gravitate to the people that I know and buy from. But I just can't go into the stores. And there's a store here where I just moved to and everybody's like, "Oh, have you gone into this store?" Nope. Nope. I have no desire to go in, so that's already telling me something.
Mhm.
I have no desire to go in the store. I'm trusting that. At some point, I will, and it's probably going to validate how I feel right now. That, And I've asked all these people, because I'm starting to work with another metaphysical shop and we're going to do some classes. And And I've even asked them, I'm like, oh, does she teach? And they're like, oh yeah. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
Ugh.
She has certification, she has credentials, and they're like, oh, I don't know. Kind of like getting your taxes done by somebody who is not a tax preparer. Kind of like getting dental work done by somebody who's never gone to dental school. Like, I don't get it. And
Mhm.
this is the spiritual psychosis that I'm seeing where people just declare that they're going to do something. And I love it when people want to start their own business. It's like I will support a small business before I support the big box stores. But dang it, you better have some credentials. You better be able to answer the questions. So So Rita, if you decide to go back in there, like money agate, what's the original name? Let's take the frou-frou name off of it. What's the original name? That's going to test her knowledge. She probably doesn't have a name for it. You could ask her, where does this come from? She may not know. And why is this a money agate? Tell me about the mineralogical properties. So you're forcing her to go into the science. What's with the mineralogic properties that make this a money agate versus tree agate? is not a money agate. So what's the difference? So you're grilling her. See, this is the prosecutor in me. You're cross-examining her, and she's going to come to the conclusion that she doesn't know. She doesn't know anything. So,
It's funny having gone into stores that sell crystals over the years and having been to Tucson. Gosh, once you go to Tucson, like crystal stores, even if it's, great people doing it, they're really hard to go into
yeah,
because the abundance and the quality that you can find at Tucson
yeah,
is like changes everything.
yeah.
Yeah, I think I said it last week. I feel the difference in the crystals I purchased from you, Allie,
Hmm.
versus, I feel like I was getting a quality crystal at a crystal store, but then when your box comes, I just feel it's like I
Hmm.
don't, it's different. It's very different. And
Yeah.
I'm starting to trust that because when I picked up money I get, it felt like plastic and it didn't even shine. And I asked her, I go, why this feels waxy or so I forget what I had said, but she goes, oh, that's raw. That's why it's like that. It's the raw form, but it was in an obelisk shape, and I was so confused. I mean, my intuition was like, this is not a crystal, and I know we just talked about the different names and all of that,
Yeah.
but and then the next one next to it had chakras in it. She called it the chakra crystal, and I'm looking closer, and it was just melted crayons in, and it had, and I was like, oh my goodness,
Yeah.
this is not even a crystal.
Wow.
But and yeah, it just there was just so much, and then she's like, I'm a Lemurian. Do you know what you are? And it was like just throwing words at me, and then she was like, oh, the other day someone just came in and busted open my door and said, I don't believe in any of this, and slammed the door. And she's like, I want to change that, and I just was like, oh, overwhelmed, wanting to help, but not her. I mean, I just felt it was so scary and so
Yeah.
disrailing, and it's in the heart of my
Yeah.
town, downtown.
And that's the thing about energy work. If it doesn't feel safe,
Mhm.
welcoming, encouraging, compassionate, that's all signs of the light and light workers. If it feels repelling, if it feels icky, if it feels judgmental, if that is dark.
Mhm.
That is dark energy. There is a dark energy around her. It could be in that store, the spirit that she's going to excavate. All I can say is good luck with that, sweet pea. Uh,
Mhm.
when you really, really understand how spirits work, no, it's like doing shadow work. Yeah, you befriend it, you embrace it. You can't. That's not how energy works.
If you don't want it there, you can't force it out. Like you have
Right.
to ask it why it's there and
Yeah.
help it if you want it to leave. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's just crazy talk. Yeah, I'm gonna have it.
It's so I'm glad that you were trusting how you were feeling. And that's the thing. Like I can tell you without all of the education that I went through and then the continued education that I make myself go through. Without all of that, I would not be selling the crystals that I sell right now. I wouldn't. That's why I don't sell the crystals that you find in the stores. I just they're different. There once you know, I mean, there's nothing wrong with those foundational crystals. They are foundational. The clear quartz, the amethyst, the rose quartz, the citrine, those are foundational. But then it's going beyond that and really understanding even the location that they come from.
Mhm.
makes a difference. That's why you have to know the mining location. And if somebody doesn't tell you, I just walk away. I walk away. It's like if you should not be selling crystals if you cannot tell me where this came from. If you cannot tell me the registered mineralogical name. Like if you want to call this Buffy the Vampire Slayer quartz, okay, knock yourself out. What's the real name?
It's no different than going into a like there are people who will walk in and just buy, oh yeah, this is a red wine. You know, it makes a difference where the grapes are grown, how they're processed. Like there's so much that goes into
Oh
a
yeah.
wine that, if you're really interested in wine and you're selling wine, you should know this stuff.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah, anybody can buy a bottle of red off the grocery store shelf, but
Right.
if you really want a good wine, you'll understand all the stuff that goes into it.
Yeah. All of that makes a difference. All
Mhm.
of that. That's a very good analogy.
Yeah, I like that. I
So
agree.
yeah, so well, you'll have to let us know what you decide if you decide to go back in there and question and try to drop these seeds of knowledge, or whether you just say hands off and I need to let everybody else know, don't do it. Don't go in there.
Mhm. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
thank you. I was even more grateful when I was so excited for this morning. I barely slept.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get more knowledge, more
Yeah.
understanding.
All right. Anything else before we continue diving in? I'm trying to remember where we left off. I think this is where we left off. Anything else? Okay. All right. We are going to continue with the energy body. Oh no, with the transpersonal chakra. So I think we're on page, I don't know, 60, 63, 64. And we're gonna dive into some advanced chakras that are beyond the seven that we are born with. So the seven primary chakras, as soon as we're born, bam, activated. And then through our living, they can go out of balance. They can become depleted or they can start working excessively, like they can get inflamed. So, what we do at an advanced level is start adding in more chakras because, I mean, we are just full of thousands of chakras. But these are like the big portals. So I always see them as like an airline hub. And from that main hub, then all the little airplanes take off and go to their destinations. And that's what it's like with us. We have, a heart chakra that really is the central hub of the body. And then all the energy just goes from there. It goes to very specific organs. It's working on specific glands. It's going into the cellular level. It's keeping the meridians going to connect everything. And so these additional chakras are the ones that, through our work while we're here on Earth, we can activate them. So let me start with the Earth chakra. So the Earth chakra is off the body. Okay, so when we're doing a layout, you're going to put crystals about 6 to 12 inches below your feet. And this is the chakra that connects us very deeply to the iron core crystal of the earth. And this is really important to activate because until we are connected to the earth chakra and really, really grounded to it, we cannot activate the soul star chakra, which I'll get to in a little bit. So this is really important. Now, when we are testing this chakra, and if you want to do a pendulum test, if you have your pendulum with you, um, what I do is I hold it at my feet and just with the intention And I'm always asking, is my earth chakra connected? Because this one is a connection. Okay. It's unlike the seven primary, where we're either balanced, depleted, or inflamed. With the earth chakra, we're asking the question, is my earth chakra connected or activated? So you can pick one of those two words. And if it is not activated or connected, you just need more grounding work. So we're working with the blacks, the brown, the silver crystals like black tourmaline, um, pyrite, hematite, magnetite, smoky quartz, shungite, numite, we're going to talk about today. Is very, very grounding. Even Auralite 23. Um, I've given you oils that can also help. You can put these oils in the bottom of your feet to help you get more grounded. If the earth chakra is not connected, that can result in your root chakra always being out of balance. The earth and the root chakra work together to give you stability. I mean, think about a tree with very deep roots going into the ground. If you were just, if you were a tree that didn't have roots, a windstorm comes, in other words, chaos comes, and it'll blow you right over. It is the roots into the earth that give all the trees the sturdiness to withstand the storms of life. That's why we have to have this connected and activated. And so, like when I do, like especially our seasonal ceremonies in the sacred shift, you notice I always start us by sending our energy cord directly down to the iron core of the earth. We have to anchor to that before we do anything. Okay. So I've even given you angels that you can connect with, especially if you feel ungrounded and out of balance, you can connect with angels. If you want to play musical notes, you can certainly do that. We're actually going to get into sound frequency in a little bit. Now, with the earth chakra, between the earth and the root chakra, we also have foot chakras. So these are directly on the bottom of the feet and they help us with our earth chakra connection. It's like the go-between. It's the connector between the root and the earth. And how we open, it's pretty easy to open and connect our feet chakras. And it's simply walking barefoot on the ground or massaging the bottom of your feet with tree oils, so like black spruce, pine, cedar wood, frankincense, cypress, those sort of oils. Or putting these crystals on the bottom of your feet. So, like sitting in a chair, you could take a big piece of black tourmaline, put it on the floor, and literally put your feet on it. Or you could have a grounding mat. We're going to talk about grounding mats tomorrow. So, again, it's kind of the same crystals that are helping with this and the same sort of oils that are helping with this. So, then from there, obviously we have the root chakra, which is all about security and stability, and it's where fear roots. If we do not take care of fear in the root chakra, it'll snake up the chakra column. Okay. So above the root is our sacral chakra. That's our creativity center. We can either create a person, another human being. We can create a business. We can create an idea. This is our creativity center. Okay. It's where we reproduce things. If fear is not stifled here, it'll continue to go up the chakra column. Next is the solar plexus. This is our empowerment center. This is where deep wisdom, deep knowing happens. It's where self-esteem, self-worth is rooted. In the solar plexus, we have to have that balanced and strong in order to manifest. Okay, we have to be really empowered in who we are. We have to have good self-worth, confidence, courage. That's all solar plexus. Okay, if we have not stifled fear at that point, it'll just throw everything off. And then you'll manifest what you don't want because we manifest all day long. So from there, we then go up to the heart chakra. Okay, that's the central hub. This is one of the main processing centers of the body, and this is everything emotional. It's how we relate to people, and it's how we relate to ourselves first, and then how we relate to other people. The heart chakra is now the primary manifesting center of the body. Because when we manifest from compassion, love, gratitude, that's the frequency of drawing stuff in. Okay. Now, from the heart chakra come the palm chakras, because from the heart chakra energy goes through the arms. The palm chakras are pretty easy to wake up. If you've ever done any hands-on energy work, usually to get started, we slap our palms 3 times. That's a really good way to energize. You can rub your palms together, but these have to be open in order to do any energy work. So if you struggle to feel the vibration of crystals, you got to open up your palm chakras. Okay. Now, the hand that you write with is generally the hand where we are sending energy. And the hand that we don't write with is generally where we are receiving energy. So that's where you can put a crystal in that hand to receive the energy. Okay. Now, there are certain crystals that can really help to open up your palm chakras. Any crystal will do it, but the ones that I really like are apophyllite, and we're going to talk about all these crystals today. Apophyllite, Herkimer diamonds, any of the Himalayan quartz. So we're talking Himalayan, Tibetan, anandalite, Nirvana quartz. Any of them will open. Kyanite and Lemurian quartz. And you can just, put the crystal in each palm. You can also, you can put essential oils in your palm. But you just rub your palms together. You can just slap your hands, and this will start to wake up your palm chakras. Okay. So if you struggle to feel, because that's clear sentience, where you can sense, you can literally feel the crystals. If you feel like I don't have that, you do, you just have to wake it up. And that's where the palm chakras come in. Okay, then from the palm chakras, we go to the throat chakra. This is our communication center. And then from the throat chakra in the back indentation on the back of your head, right at the base of your skull, that is the zeal chakra. Some people call it the Ulta Major chakra. So this one regulates your nervous system. And this one can be a little tricky to activate, but it's connected with your nervous system, your pineal and your pituitary glands. And what it does is it connects your communication center in your throat chakra and your intuitive center in your third eye, because it's right in between the two. So if you feel like, man, my throat chakra is always out of balance. I either have sore throats or laryngitis, or I have thyroid issues, or when I speak, people don't listen, and I just don't feel intuitive, we got to get the zeal opened. It's the central hub. And what it does is it allows Kundalini energy to move. And what that is it's just energy that starts at your root chakra and it snakes its way up. Kundalini can't snake its way up, kind of like clearing the drain. It can't do it if there's fear. That's why if we do not address fear at the root chakra, the Kundalini can't snake up. And that's why this zeal chakra is not automatically activated when we're born. This comes from experience. I would never expect a teenager or somebody in their 20s or even in their 30s to have an activated zeal chakra. They're still learning basically how to be a human being, how to have confidence, how not to be, swayed by other people. They're too focused on what other people think about them. It's like when you get to the stage in life where you don't care what other people think, that's when the zeal chakra can open because you're when you're focused on doing your inner work. And if somebody, like what you said, that crystal store lady said somebody came in and screamed at her, I don't believe in what you do. Like if you get upset over that, you have more inner work to do. The zeal chakra isn't going to be activated. But if you're like, yeah, not my problem, not my problem. Like you can believe that. What a narrow way of living. What a closed mind. I actually feel bad for that person, but yeah, to each his own. That's an open zeal chakra. Um, because the Kundalini has been rising and the zeal chakra has to be open and activated in order for the next chakras to activate and open. Now, with the zeal chakra, it's it's what we're doing. It's the inner work that we're doing that can activate it, such as engaging in forgiveness. It doesn't mean you're perfect and that you're walking around like Gandhi and you've forgiven everybody. It's that you know that forgiveness has everything to do with you and nothing to do with the other person or the situation. It is speaking spiritual truth, not ego truth, like really um, understanding the difference between our ego and our soul. It's knowing that difference. And it's just doing the inner work and how you live your life. So again, when you can take your pendulum and you literally just put it in the center of the back of your head and ask, is it activated? And then when it's back there, then you got to tilt your head and look and see if it's swinging yes or no. So you're always asking, is it activated? Or is it open? Is it open? So when you are making choices that serve you, like self-care, when you get to that point where you're not a martyr anymore, where everybody comes first and you sacrifice yourself, when you get into self-care, when you love and accept yourself, it will start to open. It will start to open. And sometimes you get a lot of buzzing in your ears. If it gets stuck in the open process, some people get headaches and have vision problems. Um, but when it's open, you you allow yourself to enjoy life, to have fun, to trust your intuition, to take action on your intuition. And it resonates with the magenta color. So crystals like eudialyte, magenta calcite, even the ruby crystal, those magenta colors can help to open it. Now, we can't force this to open by sticking a crystal back there or even putting an oil back there, but working with these crystals can get you to the point where you're doing the inner work, where you're engaging in forgiveness, you're doing the self-care. You're leading more of a spiritual life rather than an ego life. So you see how that works? We can't just stick a crystal back there and say, open. No. But the crystal will get us into the energy and the lifestyle and the way that we live, and then it will open. Okay? All right. So I've given you like notes and angels and even essential oils that can help with that. All right. So from the Zeal chakra, we have the third eye. That's our intuitive center. And intuition is always right. Always, 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 always. When it is truly intuitive, when you are connected to your higher self, you as a soul still at source, when you are connected to that, your soul is never going to lead you wrong. It may seem crazy, but when you trust it, it is always right. The ego keeps you small and safe and is generally wrong most of the time. So that's what the third eye is. Then we have the crown. The crown starts connecting us to source energy, but it is not the be all and end all because after the crown comes the causal chakra. So the causal is pretend like you have ponytails here on the side of your head, and it's about 6 inches off. Okay. Now, in order for this to activate and open, we have to have some control, not complete control, but some control over our mind and our thoughts. This only comes with meditation. This only comes with deprogramming old beliefs. Because when you realize, wow, my brain is a computer that has been programmed, it's really weird to get to that point, but then it's very empowering. It's like, I can program it. I can program it to do whatever I want. Okay. And that's where meditation comes in. So when you can calm your mind, when you can be present, when you can find serenity, especially when things are really difficult, the causal will open. It will just open all on its own. Now, there are certain crystals that can get us to that calm, peaceful serenity state. Kyanite, sugilite, kunzite, Veracruz amethyst, anandamide, and danburite, whether it's pink or white. Because you notice the colors here, they're very pale. The pale blues, the pale pinks, the pale purples, even some whites. These are very high vibrational crystals. So working with these crystals can get you to the state where you can meditate and quiet your mind. And then, bam, causal will open. So you can ask right now, and you can just go off your head about 6 inches and just ask, is my causal open? And then just look to see if it's saying yes or no. And if it just says no, now you know what crystals to work with, and even just 5 minutes a day. Just, I mean, you can hold the crystal on the side of your head. You can lay down, put it about 6 inches off the body, or you can just hold the crystal and just focus on your breathing. I mean, I think there's just so much confusion about meditation that you just have to blank out your mind. Not possible as a human being. We can't blank it out. What it is it's basically controlling it. And you control it through your breath. And if it means that you literally count, you know, for a count of 4 or 5 or 6, you're literally counting the number as you breathe in, and you count the number as you breathe out. Your mind is not rabbit holing on your to-do list. It is so focused. You have control of it because you're counting. Or you're saying, breathe in, breathe out. And that's all your mind is focused on. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Or if you go walking, focus on your steps. And in your mind, just say left, right, left, right, left, right. That's being present. And that's what the control is, being present, not thinking about the past, not thinking about the future, being present. And that's how simple meditation can be. Okay. All right. From the causal, We have to get that activated before the soul star can be activated. The soul star and it depends on which energy system you work with. In crystals, it's about 6 inches off the crown. In the integrated energy therapy field that I work in, we go 4 feet off the crown to activate the soul star chakra. So to me, it is anywhere in that range. So when we do advanced layouts, which we'll talk more about tomorrow, you can lay crystals like 4 feet off the body. That's an advanced technique when you get crystals off body and get the crystals in your energy field. Because remember, we have this energy bubble that we talked about last time. When you put crystals there, that's that's an advanced technique. You're getting into quantum field work. So with the soul star, this is where the soul exits when the body dies. Okay? It's a bridge. Okay? It is connecting our crown chakra, which is, physically part of the human body. This is the doorway to source energy, to the quantum field, to connecting with angels, ascended masters, spirits. Okay. Now, in order for this to be active, okay, let's hold our pendulum 6 inches above our crown and ask, is the soul star active or open? Okay. We have to clear the mental pollution. That's why the causal has to be activated. We have to be able to quiet our mind. We have to be able to be present and do it on a moment's notice. Okay. Now, the colors that we're working with the Soul Star, we're working with the whites and the clear colors, but we're also working with magenta. We can work with violet colors. We can work with gold. So some of the crystals that my favorite crystal for the Soul Star chakra is selenite. Okay, that's my favorite. Herkimer diamonds or scolecite. These are really, really good ones. I also like ahawite, which is really, really, really difficult to find now. I like danburite. I like the Himalayans. I even like the magenta fluorite. Okay, so again, it comes down to being able to quiet your mind. That that's why in every spiritual tradition, whether you are a Tibetan monk or working with crystals or working with other energy healing or you're a yoga practitioner, to do any sort of spiritual work, you have to quiet your mind. And that's just what it comes down to. And when the soul star is open and activated, you will manifest better. We're manifesting all day long, but you're going to manifest better what you want because it's like a direct pipeline. Part of the human experience that a lot of people are waking up to is how disconnected we are. And this has nothing to do with religion and whether you feel connected to God or not. It's humans were severed from the source of who they are. Part of the human experience is why we have this inverted matrix that is now flipping and everybody's waking up like, oh my gosh, we are remembering who we are. And part of that remembering, soul stars are activating in people. And it's like, wow, I'm a little more powerful than I thought I was. That's a soul star activation. Okay. And then the last one is the stellar gateway. This one is anywhere from 12 inches to, again, 4 feet off the body. So if causal, all of these have been activated, this is the last one. But all these other chakras, have to be activated. The primary seven have to be flowing. Yes, you go out in the world and they can get thrown off balance. This is where your individual practice of what you do to keep your energy body clean, you're being given a lot of different things that you can do. You make sure the seven are flowing. You make sure that earth, foot, palm, zeal, causal, soul star are activated, and then the stellar gateway will activate, and it'll activate on its own. So put your pendulum about 12 inches or just as far as your arm will raise and ask, are you activated? And it will let you know. Now, again, we're working with crystals. They can be magenta. Magenta is a very high frequency light code, but we're also working with white light. So selenite, Herkimer diamonds, um, you know, the Himalayan mountain quartz. So that includes Himalayans, Tibetans, Anandalite, Nirvana. We're going to talk about those today. Okay. So that stellar gateway connects us to the quantum field. It's this ultimate matrix of basically the creation of everything. The creation of everything. I was just listening to a video this morning where they're talking about is this quantum field which has a kind of a computer program consciousness to it. And scientists are studying it. They're literally studying it, and they're trying to determine, is it alien technology? Is it That's what they're still trying to figure out, but they know that there is this layer. And when we tap into that, everything is there. Everything. So that's why when you manifest, when you are setting goals, you have to get so precisionally clear on what you want and believe it, knowing that it's there. And if it is aligned with your soul, like I can't set a goal that I want to be an NFL linebacker. That's ridiculous. That's not going to happen. That's not in my soul plan. If it's in your soul plan and you get really clear and aligned with it, it'll happen. And if it doesn't happen, then it wasn't in your soul plan to happen. Okay. But all of this is really important. And why we work with these chakras is entropy will take over the body. Destruction will take over the physical body if we don't keep adding layers of energy. We have to keep layering energy by staying grounded, by meditating, by eating the right foods, by working with crystals, working with oils, working with sound therapy, working with whatever. I'm going to talk about a bunch of these different things in a minute. But when we layer energies, the chakras are stronger, which then strengthens all the energy going through the body. And when the energy body is strong, the physical body is strong. So, I mean, this is why I just don't do or teach one thing. We have to layer. We have to layer the energies. It is, just like you don't eat just one food. We have to eat a variety to be healthy. We have to have a variety of frequencies to stay well. Okay, so recognizing that is going to help with all these chakras. Okay, so do you have any questions about those additional chakras before we start talking about layering? Okay, all right. So layering strengthens the chakras and strengthens the energy field. So this is not like exhaustive, but these are the layering energies that I love to work with, and I know that it works. So first of all, angelic energies. Angelic energies work on what's called the called color rays. These are energy rays that come in and they each have their own frequency and they each do something different. Just think about the chakras, the root chakra, dark colors, even red. Red is very different than light pink. Very, very different. Red is heavier, it's more grounded. Blacks and browns are very grounded and dense. They're very grounded. Whereas the pinks and the lilac and the light purples and the whites, very light energy. So depending on what energy ray you want to draw in, you can literally draw it in with your intention. You can draw into your crown specific colors and infuse your body. So let's say you just need, let's say you want to draw in the yellow ray. You're like, I need more soul-based wisdom. I do not need ego wisdom. I want soul-based wisdom. I want to renew my energy. You can envision the yellow or the golden ray coming in. You can connect with Archangel Jophiel. You can work with citrine. You can work with lemon essential oils. You see how you're drawing in everything yellow. If you want to tap into the rising of the divine feminine and really have an unending, constant connection with your higher self, we're going to work on the magenta ray. So you can visualize drawing in the magenta color into your crown and infusing your energy field. Maybe you're holding eudialyte or magenta calcite or even ruby, those magenta colors. You can connect with Archangel Mariel. There are angels that have certain colors associated with them. When I teach angel classes and people have their eyes closed, they'll often say, wow, I see a lot of blue. Well, that's Archangel Michael. Okay. He tends to come in blue. Or, I see a lot of green. Well, that's Archangel Raphael. They come in on the color rays. We can use the color energy through crystals and even through essential oils. So this is one way that we can start to layer. Now with colors in general, here, let me go to this first. So certain colors have certain energy to them, like, reds and oranges are very fiery, right? Yellow, very warming, whereas the blues and the purples very cooling. So if you're angry, you want to go with something cooling. If you need to light a fire under your behind to get something done, you're going to go with the fiery crystals, okay? So you have that in your workbook. But I want to go back to this because if you are testing a chakra and it's out of balance, like especially um like it's not really going to be these advanced chakras necessarily. The earth can become depleted or inflamed, but all the other ones that we just talked about, that's not going to happen. But if, let's say, your solar plexus is always inflamed, and so when you take your pendulum and you ask, is it balanced? And you get no. An advanced technique with your pendulum is to then ask, is it depleted? No. Is it inflamed? Yes. Okay, what is the color of the solar plexus? The solar plexus is yellow. Do we want to add warm yellow energy to something that's inflamed, or do we want to cool it down? We want to cool it down. So, in your workbook is the color wheel. What's the opposite of yellow? It's purple. Not always are we going to do an opposite, and that's where you really need to understand the colors and what the chakra is. So, um, for example, throat chakra. is a blue colored chakra. When it is inflamed, you're not going to do the opposite color of blue because when it's inflamed, you want to cool it down. Well, blue is the natural color. If it's depleted, you want to fire it up, and the opposite of blue is orange. So you can put a carnelian on your throat to fire it up. See how that works? Okay, so this takes some time working with it to, to understand. But when you start focusing on, is it depleted? What is the color of the chakra to begin with? Then what color is going to resolve depletion and what color is going to resolve inflamed? One of those is going to be the natural color of the chakra, and the other is going to be the opposite color. Okay, you see how that works? Okay, so this is when we can really start working with colors. So in your workbook, I've given you, some charts on really what certain colors mean, and you can just work with those crystals, based on what you want to draw in. All right. All right, let's go to essential oils. Okay, so this chart, so I created this chart, but it comes from Young Living. And in 1999, Gary Young tested the frequency of certain oils. He did it one time in 1999. And this frequency chart, and there's all different versions of it, but they all have the same numbers. These fly around on social media all the time. And I only put this in here to give you a baseline because it is highly inaccurate. Because the frequency of the Earth has dramatically changed since 1999. When Gary did the testing and found that, Panaway is 112 megahertz. So a healthy human body is 78 megahertz or 7.83 hertz. So when he did the testing, it was a snapshot in time. If these were tested right now, the numbers would be dramatically higher because the Earth's frequency has raised. Because the plants and the botanicals grow on Earth, they are infused with the Earth's frequency. And if a black spruce tree is tested here in Michigan versus where Young Living grows their black spruce, which is very northern British Columbia, Canada, underneath the northern lights, the aurora borealis, almost on a daily basis, that northern lights black spruce is going to be a heck of a lot higher frequency than the black spruce here outside my window because of where it's grown and what it's influenced by. So don't ever take this as written in stone solid truth. It's a baseline to give you an idea of what oils are more grounding and which ones are not. Now, I broke up this chart to help you understand that there are oils that are tremendous for the physical body. Those are the ones in orange. Now, this is not an exhaustive list because we have a lot more oils now than we did in 1999. But the ones that Gary tested, those oils in orange are for the physical body. They do amazing, amazing things for the physical body. And when you research them, you'll realize why. Like Raven, fantastic for the lungs. Brain power, fantastic for the brain. Now, the ones that are in the magenta color, this is more for your emotional and your mental body. So balancing your emotions, helping you mentally focus. And the ones that are in the light purple, the lilac color, these are spiritual. These are spiritual oils. Okay. Now, everybody likes to talk about how rose is the highest frequency at 320 megahertz. It was 320 megahertz. When I do pendulum and body testing, it's testing over 1,000 megahertz now. Okay. There is a doctor, I totally forget her name. Um, Dr. Silva. Anyway, she's with Young Living. She tested Idaho blue spruce about, I want to say 7 or 8 years ago, and it tested at 580 hertz. So, all the Young Living people were like, oh my gosh, Rose isn't the highest frequency. Well, had she tested Rose at the same time as Idaho blue spruce, Rose could have been higher than 580. This is the thing. This is why this kind of frequency testing is just fraught with inaccuracies because it is a snapshot in time. And every bottle is going to be different. And oh, by the way, our frequency interacts with the frequency of the oils because remember, oils are liquid. We are liquid. The only thing that doesn't change are the crystals. The oils can change in our presence. So when people say to me, well, Allie, Panaway isn't working with me. And it's like, yeah, because it's blended with your frequency and it's not what you need. It may work for me, but it's not going to work for you. We have to get into that mindset of not following prescriptions and recipes to the T because it may work for one person, but not the next. And that's the same thing with crystals. You can understand the basic, this is what this crystal offers, but your frequency is unique. So that's the long story of essential oils are amazing when blended with crystals or paired with crystals. Now, remember, if you're putting a crystal in the oil, it has to be Mohs hardness 6 or higher and non-toxic, no toxic minerals. But you can pair, so you can diffuse or smell an oil in your hands, and then you hold a crystal. So you're pairing them together at the same time. And then the Mohs hardness and the toxicity doesn't matter. Okay, so that's a way that you can blend and layer. All right, does that make sense what I said? Okay. So yeah, when you see these charts going around, just like I don't even comment anymore. Like people tag me all the time and it's like, oh, I can't. I just, this was a snapshot in time. This is like literally having a Polaroid camera in 1999. You took a picture, there it is. That was a picture from 1999. It's not a picture in 2025. So people who are sharing this, they don't know what they don't know. And they're just, I'm seeing a lot of this in the healing and wellness and spiritual world. People keep talking about things that were true at one point and they are no longer true. Things change all the time. So just,
So,
yeah,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
I was just say, just to clarify, because I think I'm following this part. Um, my rose oil bottle from 14 years ago, because I covet it, it is changing in its frequency in itself because it is liquid. So even 14 years ago, if it was 320, because it's liquid, because it's interacting,
Yeah.
this old bottle could be 1,000 at this point.
It
Okay.
could. It could. And that's the thing. I mean, yeah, the machine exists. If you know who Dr. Oliver Wenker is, he was Gary Young's physician. Um, he's a Crown Diamond in Young Living. He retired as an anesthesiologist out of the MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston. He has Gary's machine. I talked to him about it because we have talked to crystals in the past and he wanted to know about testing the frequency of crystals. And I'm like, stop, stop, stop. We're not going there. Because it's just, it's not possible. Every crystal is different. Every piece of amethyst is different. And that's when we started talking about this. And he said, I have Gary's machine. And I said, well, it would be worth retesting just to put it, because he said, this chart drives Mary Young crazy because it was a snapshot in time. But people just glom onto it like it's the gospel truth. It's a guideline. It's a guideline. And all of this could dramatically change. We just don't know how. So, I've encouraged him to retest it and then truly educate people how to use the chart. So yeah,
Thank
oil
you.
oils constantly change. Yeah, even crystals can change in our presence. Yeah. All right. So we just did this in the crystal cluster feng shui. So you can go back and listen to that from the last 2 months. Um, the thing about feng shui, and this is where like I don't necessarily want to tell you what crystals to put in each what's called the bagua, each section, because you have to decide what you want in that corner. Like it's easy to say, oh, in the Southwest, the love and marriage corner, I want rose quartz. Are you sure about that? Is that really what you want? It's understanding this chart and the elements that it works with, the earth, fire, wood, metal, water, and what each corner represents, and then deciding what you want. And this is where this, again, I'm getting back to things that are definitive, like recipes, almost like prescriptions, put this crystal in this corner. I mean, there's some general things that you can do, but this is where your frequency comes into play. But this is another way that you can layer energy, literally mapping your home in crystal energy, color energy, the sacred geometry shape of the crystals, along with the five elements of the earth. See how that's all layered together? This is another thing. Not everybody's going to get into feng shui. If this is your thing, you can dive even deeper. Okay, so I'm just giving you options. I'm not saying you have to do all of this, but if something interests you, this is what I do. Because when I went through all of my training, I then use that as a launch board and just went deeper into certain things that I was never taught. I then found the information. So if this interests you, you can go deeper. But this is another way of layering energies. Sound is a way of layering energies. We know that sound frequencies can change the structure of water. Dr. Emoto proved that in his water experiments. You saw the video of how the salt changed into sacred geometry patterns based on frequency. And the higher the frequency, the more intricate the sacred geometry shape. So imagine listening to sound frequency and working with crystals at the same time. So tomorrow we're going to talk about crystal singing bowls because crystal singing bowls are shaped to create a note. Note A, note B. So you can play a crystal singing bowl that has crystal energy and it's got sound frequency in it. Now, based on what you want to work with, if your throat chakra is always out of balance, you could go onto YouTube and type in note G frequency music. You could play it, like I play YouTube on my television all the time. You could play that frequency music. You could lay down. You could cover your throat in your throat chakra crystals. Draw in blue energy with your intention. Just bring it right in through your crown. See how you're starting to layer energies? You can do that. Now the sound frequency that I love. Oh, let me talk about this for a second. Um, so when we're dealing with color frequencies, the at the end of the spectrum, red, that is a slower frequency. And as you start moving up the rainbow of the light frequency spectrum, as you move forward, the frequency gets faster. Back in the day, I just wondered, who said that the root chakra was red. Who said that the solar plexus was yellow? Our body, even though we have an overall frequency that is shifting like crazy right now, um, each area of the body has its own frequency. The kidneys have a slower, lower frequency than our brain. The brain is faster. The stomach is faster than the kidneys, but slower than the throat. And the frequency of each organ starts to match up with the colors of the chakras. Now, remember, all of this chakra goes back to ancient Sanskrit traditions, goes back to ancient India. So it's just so interesting how science starts matching up with spirituality. But the lower parts of our body have a slower frequency because they're more grounded. Whereas you get higher in the body, it's faster frequency, more elevated. Okay, isn't that interesting how that works with the colors? So if you want to be more grounded, we work with the blacks, the browns, the silvers, the reds. You want to be higher frequency, you go to the higher frequency colors, the purples, the whites. See, I just love how this all starts coming together. And then this is my favorite sound frequency to work with, the solfeggio frequencies. Oh my gosh. Okay, these are specific frequencies that do specific things. Now, when you look at the numbers, I want you to add them up and root down to a single digit. Okay, let's take 174 hertz, which you can play on YouTube. These are all available on YouTube. 174 alleviates pain. Add 1 plus 7 plus 4. What is that? 12? Root that down. What's 1 plus 2? 3. All of these root down to 3, 6, or 9. Gets back to that 369 philosophy that Nikola Tesla. This is frequency. This is energetic. This is not rooted in physical reality. These are really amazing to play. Now, a lot of people just say, well, I'm going to head straight to 963 hertz to connect with source. It may not work because it depends on whether these higher chakras have been activated. It's not going to hurt, but it may not work. So play the frequency that you need in the moment, or you can just start working your way up. But these are all available on YouTube. Okay, so um, I just love to play these. These are amazing. All right, we are ready for a break. Do you have any questions about layering the energies with crystals? Okay,
It makes so much sense.
good.
Like, yeah, it's not something like I thought about, but then having it laid out here, it's like, oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, good, good. And even with sound frequency, I mean, this is where crystal singing bowls, the Tibetan bowls, they're made of metal, tuning forks. This is where all different sound frequency can come in. There's even tuning forks now that have crystals on the end of them. There's a technique that's being taught through Young Living. There's the raindrop technique. You may have heard of that. It's like 9 specific oils dripped on the body. There's a vibrational raindrop technique that adds in tuning forks with crystal tips on the end. I'm not entirely certain about the validity of the crystals because they were obviously melted down and then attached to the metal tuning fork and reformed. When you melt down a crystal,
Yeah. But
is the
well,
crystal lattice still there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting, especially with the sound, because I notice, um, and I don't know what particular note it is because I don't have a perfect ear, but um, there are certain notes, like say I'm at a concert or something,
Hmm.
and certain notes will cause like emotion to well up.
Yeah.
And it
Yes.
has nothing to do with the piece of music necessarily. So
Hmm.
I know it's got to be that particular note that they're hitting. Um, and I've had it happen at uh, my brother's punk band was playing, and he hit a note on his guitar. I thought I was going to drop to my knees. My head vibrated
Yeah.
so hard. And then I thought, okay, that's nuts. And then a little bit later, he hit that note again, and the same thing happened. I'm like, I can't do this again.
Yeah.
Like, if he hits that note, I'm gonna just fall down.
Yeah. Yeah. And there are some people who are very, very in tune with sound and musical notes. And so you're one. No, I don't know if everybody is. I don't think everybody is, but some people are really, really connected to it. And like we're wired for that. And I mean, I'm flashing back to this. When I was 3 years old, my mom put me in ballet lessons and they play classical music. And I would wail. I mean, I'm not talking crying. I would wail at the music. And the teacher was like, uh,
What do you do with that?
maybe she's not ready for ballet. And my mom's like, she wails to classical music. Like I feel it. I feel it. It is so like traumatic, like oh my gosh, like you can just kind of feel the emotion pouring out through it. And my mom's like, this is just how she is, and everybody's just gonna have to deal with it. And I would wail. I even have a video of me at 4 years old in a dance recital, and I'm dancing, but I'm just wailing, and I'm still that way. I'm still that way. If somebody ever says you want to go listen to this symphony, oh hell no, because it's going to be embarrassing for all of us. Nope. Hard no. Can't do it. Can't go still to this day. No way, no how. So yeah, that's that frequency does something to us emotionally, just like certain essential oils trigger emotion. Crystals. Like you may hold a crystal and you're having a full on meltdown, and I'm holding it and I'm like, it feels lovely. That's where we're all different. And that's the thing about doing this sort of frequency work is recognizing that we're all different. We're all going to feel differently. So we we just have to experience it. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's take 5 minute break. All right, we are now ready to start going through what I personally have found to be advanced crystals. Now, there are a lot of advanced crystals. Okay, so uh, anything that I actually sell through my store, other than the little tumbleds that like I provide as part of a basic or an animal class, all the other ones are advanced crystals for a reason. But these are like the big ones that we're going to go through. And I call them advanced because they are either uniquely grounding, uniquely high vibration for the ascension energies, like fifth dimensional, or they blend and they are both grounding and ascending. So in your workbook on what page are we dealing with? Page 70. Of the crystals that I've talked about in all the classes combined, I've given you a list of which ones have the combined grounding and ascending energy, and then which ones are fifth dimensional. Now, I pick these because, and a lot of these have been in the class since I started teaching this class in 2012. So they have remained advanced crystals as part of the energy shift and helping with the symptoms of the energy shift. I mean, the earth is purging old energies, and when we can work with the earth's crystal grid to ground, to transmute the energy, which means we change it, and then we raise frequencies, that's what we're dealing with here. That's what the crystals are dealing with. So I don't teach how to block energy. We can't block energy. We transmute it into something positive. We don't banish and eliminate dark energy. We just turn on the light. Okay, so um, all of these crystals that we're going to go through do one of those things, and that's why I call them advanced. Um, and this literally, I do not know who just popped this into my brain, but it's interesting that most crystal stores do not have these crystals. They sell the foundational crystals, but they don't sell the advanced crystals to help with the energy shift. Some do, but a majority don't. That just popped into my brain. It's like, huh, I wonder why that is. I wonder why that is. I don't know. Maybe a crystal will tell me by the time we're done today. All right, so okay, so here's the thing. And the reason, like whenever I teach this class, I tell people, do not run out and buy these crystals. Okay, as we learn about them, make a note. If you want to work with one now, like this is where have your pendulum out. If you do not have one of these crystals, ask yourself, am I meant to work with this crystal now? You're going to get a yes or a no. If you get a no, but you still feel drawn to it, you could ask, am I meant to work with this crystal in the near future? And maybe you'll get a yes. And the near future could be whatever you determine that to be 1 month, 6 months, 1 year. You're not going to be drawn to all of these. You can kind of look at a theme based on what you're drawn to. But if you have any of these, certainly hold the crystal as I'm talking about it. And yeah, and we're just going to dive deep. All right. Let's talk about Aurora quartz, not aura, not AURA. That's the titanium bonded fake quartz. Okay, this is Aurora, like Aurora Borealis. The trademark name is anandamide. Now, me and Robert Simmons, we are like oil and water. Okay, I'm probably the oil in this equation. Um, Yeah, that man, they bothers me what he does with trademarking. The trademark name is anandamide, but I gotta tell you, I call it anandamide. I don't know. I like the name anandamide better because Aurora quartz sounds too much like aura quartz, and it's very confusing to people who don't understand the difference. So this is a Himalayan mountain crystal. So when I talk about, and I'll tell you, something is going on with the Himalayan mountains. I'm going to know more when I go to Tucson this year and talk to my family from India that I get all my Himalayans from. Um, something's going on that we really need to tap into a lot more. I mean, just when you think of the Himalayan mountains, biggest mountain range, so very deeply embedded into the earth, like the Himalayan mountains have a connection to the earth chakra of the earth. And then they're the tallest mountains, so they raise up into the celestials. That's why Himalayan quartz is very different than the quartz coming out of Brazil and the quartz coming out of Arkansas and the quartz coming out of any other location. I mean, there's quartz coming out of glaciers in Switzerland. It's called alpine quartz. I've been trying to get my hands on it, and it's really difficult to get. Um, but the Himalayan mountains are kind of like the granddaddy of the quartz. You have a grounding and you have an ascending energy at the same time. Now, the Aurora quartz is working on these higher chakras. Um, did I did I give you guys the essential oil connections in your workbook with each crystal? Do you see it in there? I did? Okay. All right, good. So I won't go into that. So there are certain essential oils that I like to pair with these crystals for meditation, but again, your frequency is going to have your unique way, so you do not have to do what I do. But this is a very, very high frequency crystal. So I go with the high frequency oils. Now, this this crystal is really known for stripping you down to your core, which is your soul, and rebuilding you back up. Because we have been, and I'll tell you, this is really the theme that's happening right now with the energies is unveiling the programming that we've all gone through. Like right now, I am deprogramming having to have health insurance. I've had health insurance every day of my life. And when I looked at the rate they were going to charge me, who literally uses it twice a year for blood draws, $915 a month. Hell no. I am deprogramming the need for health insurance because it's easy for our brain, and that's why I'm holding the anandamide, because it's easy for the brain to say, yeah, but Allie, what if there's an accident? You know what? If it's a car accident, my car insurance covers everything. Okay. Next, fearful thought, ego. What's your next one? What if you get a catastrophic disease? Okay, what if I do? What if I do? There are lots of people who don't have insurance. You just direct pay. You direct pay. So it's like it strips you down to say you have all this old programming. It's okay to let it go. And that's where you really start tapping down the fear. And it's like, if I want to live fearful, then that stuff is going to manifest. I'm just not even going to focus on it. I'm going to do what I feel is right. I'm going to listen to my intuition. I'm not going to listen to the ego, which is all fear-based and saying, but Allie, what if this? What if that? And my soul is like, oh, for the love of God, like just forget about it. Forget about it. And this is where you can live an intuitive life or you can live an ego directed life. They are two very different pathways. We all get to decide. This is the crystal that strips it down to say, you know what? I'd rather rebuild my energies to be aligned with my soul, which is what intuition is. We are literally channeling from our soul. Um, This is a crystal that is fantastic for your energy field. You can sweep it through your energy field. Okay. You can hold it, and it really helps with realigning the nervous system. I swear that everybody's nervous system is fried right now. It's like the electrical box in our house. Zzz, we're getting fried because of all these light codes that are coming in. This aligns our nervous system to handle the higher frequencies, not only of the planet, but that are coming in. Which, by the way, we have the 1111 portal coming up. So the frequencies coming in are already pretty intense. This is a great crystal to literally raise us up so that we can handle all the energy from Earth's raising frequency, the solar flares, all of these light codes coming in. We have upgraded our circuitry so that we can handle. And that's what I love about Aurora Quartz. All right. Any questions about anandamide or Aurora Quartz?
Does the color of it matter? Like I've got the iridescent rainbow,
Oh, yeah.
and so does that
Mhm.
have any effect?
Yeah, because that iridescence is a coating of moonstone. Moonstone is a moon crystal, and the moon helps us fluctuate. So it's a very watery crystal. So it helps us to flow with these energies and just not be so stuck in the mud. I mean, that's living from ego and third dimension. We get very stuck in the mud. Like, this is what I was taught. This is what I was programmed. So I'm going to keep doing this. For all of these decades of my life, I have had health insurance. My parents put it in my brain, always have to have a job that gives you insurance. Are we really sure about that? Are we really sure about that? What happens if I let it go? And that's the thing, it dislodges us from third dimension, being stuck in energies, and the iridescence on it helps us flow and be more open. And that's the thing. I mean, just knowing that there's this quantum field where everything, every possibility exists, both good and bad. Let's tap into the good. Like, why do we have to catastrophize everything? And that's what the ego is like. But Allie, what if you get into a car accident? And the Aurora Quartz is like, that's what car insurance is for. Bring me your next problem. But Allie, what if you have a slip and fall? I actually have accident insurance. Okay, bring me your next problem. And that's the thing, like you're so open. It's like, bring me a problem. I'm going to find a solution. Okay, so it's the solution crystal. I really like working with it because we can't solve a problem with the same frequency that created it. Einstein said that. We have to elevate our frequency. Like we're in that airplane that I always talk about, and we're looking out the window and we're like, oh, now I actually see the bigger picture. Yeah, I'm not gonna be in that. I'm not gonna play in that inverted matrix. So I'm gonna do something different because I can. Because I can. That's really what these high vibrational crystals do. They just get us out of the muck and the fear-based thinking. They literally pull us out by the bootstraps and say, just get out of the mud. Like the things that we do to ourselves just with our thoughts, it's just crazy. All right, let's go to the next one. I'm going to talk about angelite and celestite together because they look alike, but they are different. So angelite is cloudier and celestite is translucent to transparent. Like you can see into it and sometimes see through it. Angelite, you can't. Okay. Angelite does not grow in this, the orthorhombic shape. So, I mean, you can see there's a difference. They're the same color, but they're very different in how they look. Now, I call them sister stones because they virtually do the same thing. These are angelic crystals. Now, angelite, most of it comes from Peru. What's interesting is in 1987, it was called the Harmonic Convergence, and it was the first global healing meditation held, and it was held in Machu Picchu, which is a very spiritual location. Um, Matches to those, remember the grids from day one? So this 1987 harmonic convergence, right before that, they discovered angelite. Well, that was not a mystery. That was not a mystery at all. So a lot of this is found in Peru, some is found in Mexico, and it's coming out of vortex, healing vortex areas. Celestite, there's a lot found in Sicily, but off the coast, and I think I mentioned this before, off the coast of Ohio, where Sandusky, where Cedar Point is, there's an island called Put-in-Bay. The entire island is celestite. You can actually go in to the celestite cave. You can go down in it. It's pretty awesome. It's really fantastic to go in it. So these grow in different locations, and they have, slightly different minerals in them, but these are angelic crystals to work with. They are cooling. I mean, they're blue. Okay, what does blue do? Blue is calm. It's cooling. Okay, think of hot emotions. Anger is hot. Rage is hot. Fear is hot. Feeling out of control is hot. Sometimes we need to cool it down. But I really like these for creating deep peace and serenity, being able to meditate so that the causal chakra can open and then all the other higher chakras can, and connecting us to the angelic realm. Because this is when you will start to trust your intuition. These are tremendous intuition crystals that you can work with. They will slow the mind chatter. They will help you get that control, that dominion over your thoughts and your mind. Give you deep peace and tranquility because, we've talked about this a lot in the Sacred Shift. Um, that map of consciousness book, where one person's frequency, if it is vibrating above fear, can literally change the frequency of hundreds of thousands of people around us. So, working with these two crystals changes our frequency into deep peace, deep tranquility. That's what the planet needs right now. Everybody is freaking out. I mean, humans are just taking it out on each other. Like, what the heck is going on? We can change the frequency of the planet by changing ourselves. So, when I need to calm down or when I'm having throat issues, especially, with our throat chakra, when we are communicating truth, it can be heard. If people are getting upset with our words, if people are not listening, that's our throat chakra that's out of balance. So when I hear people screaming, I'm speaking my truth. No, you're not. You're screaming your ego. Truth is calm, it's confident, it's self-assured, it's very cool in nature, and it can be heard. And that's what these crystals really do. So they also help with sleeping. Like I have a big chunk of celestite on my nightstand. Really good for sleeping. And when we're dealing with a soft Mohs hardness, these are soft. Soft Mohs hardness, like 5 and under, work on soft issues. So it's more emotional that they're working on, or quickly resolving something in the body. The hard crystals, 6 and up, work on the hard issues. So they're really getting deep into the wiring, the energetic programming, um, that sort of thing. So these are soft. They work very quickly on the body. All you do is have to hold them, put them on your third eye, put them on your throat. Celestite in particular is really good if you struggle being in crowds and being overwhelmed. This is a good one. Just keep it in your pocket. Um, so you got a lot of information there in your book. And again, this is general information. You got to figure out how these two crystals work with you. But I have yet to meet anybody that says these are anything other than angelic and soothing and peaceful and tranquil and yeah, really, really super amazing. So the photo on the right is, I think I mentioned this before, that there's a celestite in Tucson that I visit every year. There's actually two. This is one of them. Like my price, I don't know if you see the price tag, is $3,500. That's my price. It's like that's not retail. It's like, oh, ugh, she's just so amazing. She's amazing. So anyway, any questions or any commentary if you have been working with Angelite or Celestite? Feel free to chime in if you have an experience to share or anything. Okay. All right, let's go to the next one. Let's go to apophyllite. So, apophyllite is one of my foundational crystals. You cannot have enough apophyllite. I have so many big slabs around my house. I just put them everywhere, absolutely everywhere. And they come in different colors. So you can get the traditional, white, and maybe it's got the peach stilbite in it. Stilbite loves to grow with apophyllite. But you can also find it green apophyllite. There is pink apophyllite. I've had that in the store. That is incredibly rare. Incredibly rare. I just love it. You can get what's called blue apophyllite, and really what it is, it's a base of blue chalcedony. And then the apophyllite is on the top, but the blue reflects up. It's just really beautiful. I know I've got a bunch of that in the store. I always keep apophyllite in the store because it does so much. It channels universal light energy. So think of all the universal energies and how they're streaming in to Earth, like all of these light codes to really upgrade us. I mean, even people who don't understand that our DNA is upgrading, they can absolutely look over the history of human beings and say, yeah, humans have upgraded. They have upgraded, and it shows in our world with technology and what we do and how we think. 30 years ago, 20 years ago, we didn't have Zoom, we didn't have computers. So obviously, we're upgrading. Crystal, especially this one, helps us with the upgrade because it helps us to align and channel these universal energies that are coming in to upgrade us. It's also known as the Reiki stone. So a lot of Reiki practitioners like to work with this or put it under their table when they're doing sessions. But it's also known as a stone of truth. So it helps you to discern truth. Um, and that's the big thing. We now, especially with artificial intelligence, we're never going to be able to objectively in the third dimension know whether something is true and authentic. But in the fifth dimension, and when we trust our intuition, we will instantly know. We will instantly know if something is authentic and real. So this is a crystal that can help with it. Meditating with this is fantastic. It grows with a high water content. So when you think about water, water is cleansing. This is good for emotional cleansing and purification. And each color does something different. So again, reflect back on what we just talked about colors. You know, green, you have a chart, you have a wheel in your workbook on what does green embody, what does blue embody, what does pink embody. And that'll start to tell you what these crystals do without anybody else telling you. Okay. Um, these are a really efficient conductor of energy because these grow in a couple of different crystal systems, but they have the pyramids, they have the tetragonal, they have the tetrahedron. And the pyramids are doors to other dimensions. You know, the great pyramids of Giza are not just tombs for for the pharaohs of Egypt. They they were conductors of energy. Back in the day, they are lined up to the celestials for very, very specific energy. That's what these do. They tap you into other dimensions. You want to start working on really getting into fourth, fifth, and even higher dimensions. Apophyllite is a good one to work with. It is amazing for intuition. So I just have apophyllite scattered throughout my house because I think it just does so much to change the frequency of a space. It is both grounding and ascending. Okay. Um, I mean, I just gave you a lot of information in your workbook about it, but it is absolutely one of my favorite crystals. You just can't get enough of apophyllite. And again, these come from the Himalayan mountains. These come from India. So the Himalayan mountains cover Tibet, Nepal, India, Pakistan. Trying to figure out what other countries. Does it border with China? I don't know. I'll have to look that up. So this is another Himalayan mountain crystal. All right. Any questions or comments about apophyllite?
With the patholite, and maybe you've talked about it, but it just came across my radar. Apophyllite caps, is that something like I was told I could use these to put on my third eye?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they just literally broke off the pieces.
Okay.
Yeah, so they just take a big piece like this and just shatter it, and then all like the pyramid formation. You can use it in grids. It's easy to lay on your third eye. It's easy to carry in your pocket throughout the day. So absolutely, there is a tremendous benefit to those smaller pieces.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. Let's go to Auralite 23. This is getting harder to get. I only have a few pieces left in the store, and I don't know if I'm going to get any in Tucson. So Howard, who owns the Auralite 23 mine, in Ontario, which is on the Canadian side of Lake Superior. He warned me last year. He said, get what you can because China is buying almost all of it. And I'm like, oh, Howard, we need to talk about some crystal ethics here. Why are you selling this to China? And he's like, well, they want it for the minerals. They're extracting minerals for the tech industry and for the chips that go into the cars. But he said the Chinese citizens love Oralite and they pay top dollar. And I'm like, well, you need to have your own internal discussion about your priorities and please make some available for the rest of us. He's like, well, my priority is to make money. Well, okay. So I don't know if I'm going to get any more. I will know when I get there. Um, but this is a really, really interesting crystal to work with. So it's only found in one location. So Auralite 23 is location specific to Ontario, Canada, Lake Superior side. It has 23 different minerals at a minimum. So this is not just amethyst. So, when people look at this, have you ever seen chevron amethyst? It's got the white bands in it that look just like this. This is this is not chevron amethyst because it has more minerals in it. And how you know is you can take your jeweler's loupe, which I don't even know where mine is. I need to go and find it. Um, you can take your jeweler's loupe, and if you look into Oralite 23, you should see some sparkle, like a little bit of glitter. And that because there are so many minerals that have that glitter to them. Um, Pyrite, hematite, calcopyrite, they all glitter. That's the difference. I don't see this mislabeled in stores. People are pretty clear if they have Oralite 23 or not. Now it can come red capped, which you see on the photo, and the red cap is hematite. Okay, so it adds a grounding energy to it. But this is rare and it's becoming more rare. So if you have a piece, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Now, even within the same mine, last year, Howard had different varieties of Auralite. There was Aura Starlight, and I forget the third variety that he had. And I brought those back. I didn't get a lot of pieces because he didn't have a lot. But these are deeply, deeply, deeply grounding crystals. And they're known as a super healer because, when you look at all the minerals that are in them, we're a mineralized body. This is one of the most heavy mineralized crystals that we have on this planet. So right there, we're tapping into mineral energy and it just makes us feel fantastic. But it's also a high frequency crystal because of the crystals that are in it. So it's grounding and ascending at the same time. It is a heck of a lot stronger than your everyday amethyst. Okay. There are lots of different forms of amethyst, and depending on the iron content, it's going to depend on the color. So this one, very deeply healing, very deep meditation. And you can really connect to guides. It will dramatically increase your intuition. Here is my recipe, for a better word, for Oralite 23. Meditate with it every day for 10 days. 5 to 10 minutes a day for 10 days and see how you feel. I'm not going to tell you how you're going to feel. See how you feel. 10 days. Okay. So this is tremendous for detection of truth, for increasing intuition, for helping you meditate. It's going to help open up all the higher chakras and do it in a very grounded, connected way. So it's also going to help your earth chakra. It works with every chakra, every single one. All right. Any question? Oh, and it's 1.5 billion years old. 1.5 billion. That's crazy. That is just crazy. All right. Any questions or comments about Auralite 23? Okay. All right. Azurite. Oof. Okay. So Azurite is known as the stone of heaven. This is a secondary mineral that's formed when copper oxidizes. So malachite also oxidizes from copper. So you'll often find azurite growing with copper. And it can grow two different ways. On the left, you see where it's kind of, I don't know, like a matte finish. And on the right, it looks gemmier. So the more gemmy version, you're going to pay a whole lot more for that. But even to find a piece of azurite that is just azurite with no malachite is a pretty rare piece because it is bonded so tightly to malachite. Now, I find this interesting because malachite churns up emotional issues to be released. Azurite helps you understand where the emotional trauma or the emotional issue is coming from. Because it's the knowing that is how you alchemize it, how you transmute it, just by knowing. Okay, so that's why when you have a blended piece of azurite and malachite, I mean, you got two for the price of one, and it's very deeply healing. Um, and these emerge when the earth has been traumatized. And what I say traumatized is because of the digging up of copper. So these are crystals that the earth is birthing as a result of her trauma to help us with trauma. Emotional trauma and trauma blocks the third eye. And that's what azurite is really known for. It will open without hesitation your third eye. It is dramatic and strong in how it does it. So you got to be ready. Got to be ready for what it does. And in Chinese culture, azurite is known as having a dragon energy. I mean, you look at it and it's blue and it's cooling and it's calming, but it is a strong dragon energy. That's why I say when you put it on your third eye, be ready. It's going to blow it open. And then everything is unveiled, and you may see things and know things, and it can be kind of shocking for people who haven't done the work, who haven't progressed their way through the crystals. That's why this is an advanced crystal. It's not a beginner crystal. Beginners should not start with azurite. It can be very destabilizing. But because it is blowing open the third eye, the veil is lifted and you start challenging reality. It will deprogram you. It is really amazing how it works. Um, it's also a great crystal if you need to focus, like if you're studying for an exam or, you know, preparing something. It just stabilizes the mind and stimulates the mind at the same time. It's really good if you want to keep your mental faculties. Um, it's just very deeply healing. I mean, it's copper. It's oxidized copper that crystallizes. And yeah, so it does a lot of very beneficial things for the body. But it is known as the intuition crystal. Pretty easy to find, azurite. I have not found this faked anywhere because copper is so abundant. And when the copper industry is mining and they see blue or green, they call in the crystal people to excavate it because it has no use for the copper industry. They don't need it, they don't want it. All right, any comments or questions about azurite? Okay. All righty. Beta Morion. Oh my gosh, how I love Beta Morions. I remember this was back in 2019. My Beta Morion supplier, I went to his place and I laid on a bed of Beta Morions. Oh my gosh, that was an out-of-body experience for sure. So, Beta Morions are very, very unique and powerful. So I can't remember when this was. I want to say it was about a year ago in the Crystal Cluster. I had two people come in and talk about beta Morions and what they do. What this is, some people call it Morion quartz or black quartz. This is naturally irradiated within the earth. And how you know that, how you know it's not done above earth, which can be full of radiation, you can see the dark seeping into the quartz. Okay. It's not just like it's painted and then there's a line of demarcation and it's quartz. You can see it seeping through. That's how you know. This is rare. This is hard to find. I have a dealer, although his supply is dwindling and I don't know if he's going to replenish. I know I have one really decent sized chunk in the store. It's probably 5 or 6 inches by 5 or 6 inches. I mean, it's a good sized chunk. I have one, but I can help get more of these. It's harder to find the smaller pieces. But this is a really amazing grounding and ascending fifth dimensional crystal. They choose the person. They're a lot like Brandbergs that we're going to talk about in a minute. But the betas are connected to all the betas around the world. And there's not many. There's not many. And like, I never find betas in Tucson. So my guy here in Michigan who has them, like I never ask where he's where he sources them from. Like crystal people, we don't do that. And that would be like going to Young Living and saying, "Hey, can you give me the recipe for Valor?" No. So so crystal people, like I would never ask him, "Where do you source your betas from?" No. He gets them, I go through him to get the betas. Now, all the betas are connected because the thing that I love about betas, when you touch a crystal to a beta, that crystal is now connected to the beta energy and it creates this literal worldwide web of beta energies. So what the beta does, it really helps with the ascension energies. It helps align people on their soul path and it amplifies and connects all the crystals together. So the beta is acting as the central hub for the Earth's crystalline grid. It's the train conductor. It's the head of it. So I have a lot of people, especially, when I teach this class in person, they take all of their crystals and they touch it. I have three betas. I have a little tiny one. I have a mid-sized one, and then I have a bowling ball size one. All three of my betas are connected. They're also connected to betas that are within my crystal tribe, and then other people touch their crystals to the betas. All these crystals are communicating with each other. And it's what keeps us connected to each other as we continue to learn and grow about crystals. So these create a vortex energy field to draw in what you need and what your soul has for you in this human experience. It creates this vortex and it draws it in. So it's massive for manifesting. Now, when you have a beta Morion, two things need to happen. Either it will have celestials on it, that skeleton, that looks like the pyramids, the etchings. A lot of betas have the etchings. If they don't, you have to pair it with an celestial where it is touching the beta. So you put an celestial right physically up against it. That's number one. And number two, there has to be a Lemurian quartz. So I actually lay a Lemurian right on top of it. So you have beta, celestial, and Lemurian all working together, and it's going to do different things for different people, but it's grounding, it is ascending, it detoxes us so that we can work with the elevated frequencies. It's protecting, it amplifies, it transmutes energy, it connects us to all the other betas. It's fifth dimensional. Like, I mean, it checks off everything on the list of what we want crystals to do. Um, it'll call in other crystals that you are meant to work with. Be ready for emotional releases that are holding you down in low frequency. It'll just release them. And it'll draw the right people to you. I mean, it just does so much. So betas are phenomenal to work with. I'm like so full of goosebumps right now holding mine. So if you are called to work with a beta, the beta will come to you. So if you feel called, I've never seen one of these in a store ever. I don't even see them in Tucson. I don't see them in Denver. It's literally one guy that I know that has them. If you want a beta, let me know. I will help you source one if you already don't have one. But these are
I
tremendous.
would I would like to get one. I did just because it's one I don't have. I was just pendulum testing, and I got a response of not yet, but yes, in the future. I will need
Okay,
one.
yeah, you let me know when you get a yes and when it's ready, and
Okay,
I will
perfect.
see what he has because right now, because I got two betas from him about a year ago, and they were the smallest betas that I could get. Like he's got big ones right now, and the big ones are, I mean, you're
Yeah.
talking $1,000 or more. The one that I have that's like 5 or 6 inches, I want to say it's like $400. So
Okay.
they're they're not they're not cheap, but he was running out of the small pieces. So
Okay.
um,
I'll
I
keep
will,
testing periodically
yeah,
and see when I get a yes, it's time.
yeah, and I'll keep checking with him on, is he getting more in? Because you can see in the picture on the left, you can see how big some of the pieces are.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the Brandberg. All right, the Brandbergs. Oh my gosh. I didn't know this until about 2 years ago. I was at a show in the Detroit area, and there was the most spectacular Brandberg I've ever seen. It was coated on the edges in druzy prehnite. It was gorgeous. And as soon as I picked it up, my Brandberg, I heard it loud and clear in my mind. And she said, if you bring her home, I am dead to you. And I'm like, well, okay, Miss Fancy Pants. They demand monogamy. They demand it. And it's like, okay, because when they pick the person, for better, for worse, until the day you die, that is your Brandberg. They are possessive and they'll share you with other crystals, but they will not share you with another Brandberg. You get one. I didn't know that. I've had my Brandberg since 2012, and it's my Brandberg is the photo on the right. Do you see the angel right in the middle of the facet? So she's a Devic temple. I have two in hydro water bubbles. She's a channeler. Oh, she's a channeler. I've got keys. I've got a little hole in the bottom of her. She is packed with advanced and master features. And she told me under no scenario was I to bring that other one home. She's like, you can bring it home and sell it, but it is not mine. Brandbergs want to be in your energy field every day. It doesn't mean every minute of the day, but every day it needs to be somewhere in your energy field. So mine is on my nightstand. And when I travel, she goes with me. She has quite a passport. She goes with me. If there was one time I was only gone for a day, and as soon as I hit the road, she's like, hello, what are you doing? And I could not settle my mind down. And I was going away just kind of like on a quiet meditation retreat, and she haunted me like, how dare you leave me at home? You can't be gone more than 24 hours from your Brandberg. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Finally, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm just going to go back home. Like, this is ridiculous. That's what happens when you have a Brandberg. This is your GPS through the energy shift. They are a soul crystal. Your soul is like, hello, this is what you need because you're a human and you have limited capacity, but you have a job to do here on earth and you don't know what it is. You have forgotten who you are. Your Brandberg is going to remind you every day, every single day, what you are needing to do. These only come from the Brandberg mountain range in Namibia. That mountain range is a vortex of energy. The locals call it Mountain of the Gods. It is rare to find a piece over 2 inches. It is rare to find a piece that is clear that you can see through. And how you know that this is a Brandberg is it's going to have inclusions of amethyst or inclusions of smoky. The amethyst and the smoky is not on the outside, it's on the inside. And if you can get both smoky and amethyst, that's even better. Now, sometimes, like mine has druzy on the outside, druzy smoky, but they will also come with a lot of advanced traits. We're going to talk about advanced traits tomorrow, but they will come with master or advanced traits. So you're going to get the water bubble and hydros, you're going to get phantoms, you're going to get rainbows, channelers, Divic temples, Dows. I mean, they are packed with all of this stuff. This is the crystal that is pure consciousness and reminds us that we are consciousness first and foremost. Before we are a physical body, we are consciousness. This anchors us to the earth to help us handle all the change, all the fluctuation, all the chaos, while keeping us in an energetic state as perfect as is possible as a human being. This is a soul mission crystal. When you hold it, you tend to feel a little giddy. This is not simply quartz and amethyst or quartz and smoky. I don't know how to explain it other than it's different because of where it comes from. Now, the mine was flooded like back in 2008. There's not a lot of Brandbergs on the market. I came into a supply about 2 years ago, and the seller had bought out another, like a miner who had passed away. She bought his entire collection. She had no idea what she had at all, which is why I have some Brandbergs in the store. Now they're small. She didn't even know that they were Brandbergs, but they had the look and they were from Brandberg Mountain, Namibia. It's like, well, duh. So these are location specific. These are going to work on your soul star and stellar gateway chakras. They will attune you to your spiritual identity. Okay, they help with past life imprint trauma. Um, they can help release old habits, karmic lessons, old attachments. Just know that Brandbergs find the person. Don't pick based on size or based on looks. This is solely on resonance. So I have some people who say to me, well, Allie, I want a Brandberg that's like 4 inches or bigger. Nope. Nope. Mm-mm. You'll know it when you see it. Even if you see it online, you'll know it when you see it. And it could be a 1 incher. It has nothing to do with, it's like going out and saying, I want a man who is tall, dark, and handsome. Nope. You're going to end up with some guy who's short and squatty because it's the right resonance. It's like it helps us get out of that forcing of what we want. You'll know it when you see it. Okay. So Brandbergs are, I mean, they're expensive. I'm not gonna kid you. They're expensive because there's not many of them. But they are location specific. So if you ever see a Brandberg in a store, first of all, it should be labeled a Brandberg. I can't say that I've ever seen a crystal store selling a Brandberg other than one. And he's in Asheville, North Carolina, and his supply is gone. Um, he can't get it anymore. I've never really seen a store, but if you see one, make sure it's from Brandberg Mountain, Namibia, and it's got the traits. It's got the inclusion of amethyst or smoky, and some even have hematite, and it looks like red glitter, like dots on it. I think I may have some of those in the store. It's got like red glitter dots, so it does come with hematite. All right, any questions or comments about the Brandberg? So Rita, I know you just got a Brandberg. How are you doing with it?
It is amazing. And it was interesting because how it fell into my radar. Um, I had gotten my order with you, and then I wanted to add to the, to make it 400. And then it, I didn't know anything about a Brandberg. And I just went into your store and that popped. Like, I'm like, I want a Brandberg. And then we had the conversation, and I was really struggling between ego and intuition, because ego is like, well, it's like you said, I need a man that has this, and I kept trying to go into that. And then finally I was just like, no, I'm just gonna go with my intuition. And when it came, it was just so excited. Like it was so excited. Like I knew, but when I opened the box, I knew which one was the Brandberg without opening it. It was just so amazing. Like you said, like I just opened up the tissue and I'm like, this is the Brandberg. And I opened it, and sure enough, it was. And then I couldn't stop gazing at it. And then the two anhydrous popped.
Mhm.
And I reached out to you and you're like, well, they revealed them to you. And I was like, oh my goodness. And after that, every night I come into, because I have a spot where I keep crystals and I just connect with it and connect with it. And um, I really, this year, 2025 was remember who I am. And it even just spoke more, just learning even more right now. It's like, yes, this was the crystal I needed to work with, and especially wrap up this year, go into retreat, and then bring it into 2026. And it's very exciting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is a crystal that helps you remember who you are.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And this one, like I said, just even to like looking on the screen trying to connect, but when it came, it actually fits in my hand, like where different parts of it, like my thumb will fit, and then it goes between two fingers. Like it feels like it was made for my hand. It's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine I got from you, and um it was so like just today when I picked it up off the table as we got to Brandberg, like I knew exactly where it was on the table. My hand went right to it, and it's like when I picked it up, my head exploded a little bit, and
Mhm.
I was like, "Wow, okay, I need to be doing more work with you clearly
Yeah.
because there's a message there."
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm always on the look for Brandbergs and Rita, the one that you got. I was buying oh, they went up for sale a couple months ago. Um it was a supply of clear Starberry quartz, and it was just sitting there amongst the Starberries. Oh, and also I got the twins, the tantric twin quartz from this guy, and I'm buying all of those, and it was just sitting there all by itself, and I picked it up and I looked at it, and I looked at him, and he's like, "Where did that come from?" And I'm like, put it in my tray. I'm taking it." I don't think he realized that it was there. It's like, that's a Brandberg, and that's a big one. That's a big one with clarity. So it's like, woo. All right. So I always put the call out if there's Brandbergs in a show, make yourself known to me. I can't keep you, but somebody else is going to enjoy you. All right, let's do one more and then we'll take a break. Let's talk about danburite. So danburite is a fifth dimensional crystal. So danburites they are not grounding in any sense of the word. They can come clear. I've had not clear. I've had white, I've had pink, and I've had golden danburite. These are straight up fifth dimensional crystals working on multiple dimensional fields. This is a crystal of enlightenment. So, how you tell the difference between danburite and quartz, danburite is four-sided, and at least one, if not both sides of it, it's going to have a flattened side. So do you see here on the left, you see how it's just kind of flattened? It looks like a heart. It's naturally flattened where two sides come together. And that is the easiest way on how you tell it from a quartz. And where quartz can, not always, but can have striations, on quartz, the striations are horizontal. They go side to side. On danbarite, striations are straight up and down. That's another way that you distinguish it. Um, these are just very pure, sweet, gentle, high vibration. They primarily work on the heart chakra and what's called the higher heart, which is a fifth dimensional heart chakra portal. Very deep heart healer. And then when you get into the colors, pink is obviously going very deep into the heart. The white is connecting to the crown and the upper chakras, and the gold is connecting the heart to the solar plexus. These are karmic cleansers. I mean, we are in just tremendous karmic loops, desperately trying to resolve themselves right now. For you, if you're like, you know what? I don't even care what the karmic loop is. Let's just be done with it. Work with Danbarite. Danbarite's like, yep, we're just going to get there and clear it out so that it stops showing up and it stops replicating in your life. This is a good one. So it goes really into deep change. Leave the past behind. Let's stop with the karmic loops. You're doing the inner work. Let's be done. Its primary skill is energetic and karmic. So it's not really working on the physical body, but it will help you with meditation. It'll help you if you want to go back and do any ancestral healing. And when I say back, you're just in a different dimension. It's not really past. But you can do ancestral healing. You can go back to old wounds and you can do shadow work and just embrace it as who you are and let it empower you. And that's how you alchemize energy. Um, if you feel you have lost soul fragments, if you've ever gone through, like there are some traumatic things that can happen, and part of the soul will sever off and go back to your higher self in source. If you feel you have soul fragmentation, this can help draw it back. Generally, I would recommend working with a shaman for soul retrieval, but this is also a crystal that you can pair if you're doing any soul retrieval work with a shaman. So just a sweet, pure vibration. I just love Danbarite. Just love it. And I think, yeah, I recently got a couple pieces in the store. I got some smaller pieces. I think I have one pretty, like decent sized piece like this. So, um, any questions about Danbarite? But yeah, this is fantastic for the heart chakra and then how it connects with the other chakras. Because remember the heart, this is the central hub. So it's getting in and really reworking the frequencies, which then allows the heart to elevate into the fifth dimension, and then all the other chakras can go with it. It's like having upgraded planes. They're taken off from the hub and they're influencing all the other places that they're flying to. All right. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. All right, let's keep zooming along. Let's talk about Demoterite. It has been a while since I've had Demoterite in quartz in the store. It is becoming harder and harder to find. I always have the tumbled pieces, but whew, I really hope I find some in Tucson um, next year. So some people call this blue quartz, but this is very different than just simply quartz that has turned blue. it tends to be a really beautiful periwinkle color. Now, when it is within clear quartz, it can look like needles. The one I have just looks like I've just got like smudges on the outside of it. I've got like the blue that's on the outside of it, and then the tumbled just tends to be all the blue, with obviously with quartz intermixed in it. But it's a very deep blue, kind of a blue periwinkle color. And I mean, the blue comes from a lot of different colors or a lot of different crystals, like corderite, kyanite, andalusite, stillimanite, muscovite, rutiles. I mean, it's a lot of different crystals that come together that create this really, really unique, rare blue color. This is the crystal that I work with to remove blocks. If you need to remove a block that's in your way, Demodorite. That is the crystal. So for most of my crystal grids, I have Demodorite because if I'm creating a grid, there is a block to manifesting, which is why whatever I'm trying to manifest with a grid, I obviously don't have it. I'm trying to draw it in. So there's a block. And sometimes we don't know what the block is. And Demodorite says, you don't need to know what the block is. I'll just take care of it. So I put a lot of Demodorite in my grids, and that's why I always aim to have the tumbled in my store. We don't, I mean, yeah, we can pay a small fortune for do you hear that? Dobby, Dobby, he's bringing a toy. Hi, Dobbs. You brought a toy. Thank you, Dobby. We appreciate that. He just ate. He also has a little dementia. He gets really excited and starts howling. So you're so sweet, Dobby. Thank you for the toy. You're welcome. Oh my gosh, my little chatty cat. So anyway, I do like it. It's more rare to find it within a clear quartz. But I love the tumbled for grids. I mean, this removes blocks and opens doors. That straight up is what Demodorite does. So it's going to help you with problem solving. It's going to help you with discipline. It's going to give you the courage to do things. This is your motivator. If you want something and you're not getting it, if you want something and you're not taking the action steps toward it, Demodorite is your crystal. Because it could even be something energetic where, in another life, maybe there was a vow or a contract or something that's binding you. This just goes in. It works multidimensionally and is like, yeah, let's just get rid of that. Let's get rid of it. So I put it in grids. It helps me get really clear about what I want. It helps me break old patterns that are creating the blocks. And I mean, it's a beautiful protective crystal. I mean, it even taps into the angelic realm. I love it. I love it. It is such a cool crystal to work with. All right, any questions about Demodorite? All right, let's go to Epidote. So I don't know if you've heard this story before, but for a long time I was terrified of Epidote. Absolutely terrified. I didn't want it. I didn't want it in my home. So it wasn't going to be in the store. If I saw it at a show, I made a wide berth around it because I had been taught and I had experience through one of my students. Epidote is basically the kick your butt crystal. it will remove anything from your life that is standing in the way of your awakening. And I saw it happen with a friend. She started working with Epidote and she got a really bad medical diagnosis. She lost her job. Her husband divorced her. She lost her home. And it's like, oh my gosh, this is the kick your butt crystal. Well, once she got through all of that, her life is amazing now. I mean, absolutely amazing. So sometimes it'll kick your butt to get you on the right path. Now, I like Epidote when it is softened by pre-night. Because pre-night is here, Dobby, you need to get down. You are driving me crazy. It pre-night is a very, very gentle crystal. It is the healer's crystal. So when it is blended with pre-night, the transformation is gentle. So I usually have tumbled pre-night with Epidote crystals in the store. I'll get bigger pieces. Right now, I have the Fairy Forest Epidote. That is just straight up Epidote with quartz, so you know it's amplified Epidote. So about 3 years ago, I decided, okay, I am ready to start working with Epidote, and now I am obsessed with it. I love it. So it is one of those crystals where you've got to do a lot of work. Otherwise, it could be catastrophic. It could just be way too much and you're not ready for it. But once you do the work, you'll know when you're ready for it. Okay. So I have a lot of people who buy the Fairy Forest Epidote and they never work with it. And that it's because, okay, you have it, it's there. There's other crystals to work with first. Got to do a lot of inner work. And then when you're ready, like when your life has changed, hold on. Dobby is going to tip over my computer. Dobby? Here, hold on. I gotta get him out of here. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. He goes haywire after I feed him, and I just fed him at the break. So he actually has feline dementia. So his brain doesn't work right. He's so sweet. He's super sweet, but he doesn't realize he's about ready to tip over my computer here. So that's not going to be beneficial. So anyway, um, when you're ready, you're going to want to work with it. You're going to feel a very strong need to work with it. And you know why I call it a kick your butt crystal? It will highlight your mindset, which is basically your frequency. And it's going to highlight and really shove it in your face if you have a mindset and a frequency based in lack. It's going to put it right in your face because epidote in Greek means to increase. So it's going to increase who you are because we are our frequency. The timeline that we are on is our frequency. Our mindset is our frequency. How we manifest is our frequency. It's going to increase who you are. So that's why if we haven't done the inner work, shadow work, inner child work, just self-care, elevating our frequency, grounding our frequency, if we haven't done the inner work, we tend to be a little chaotic as human beings, and so it's going to increase that. And you're just going to have a lot of chaos and a lot of collapse happening. But if you've done the inner work, you're going to get more of that. You're gonna it's just going to shine an amplification mirror on who you are. So that's why initially I was like, get it away from me. I don't want it. Like I knew I wasn't ready. And then all of a sudden it was like, I'm ready. And bam, like now my house is full of epidote. It's like I can't get enough of it. So when you're ready, you'll want to work with it. You'll want to work with it very deeply. It it is a mirror. It's going to show you, even if you're not ready, if you're like, I've been doing all this stuff, but I still don't feel that I'm shifting. I'm ready for the mirror to be held up to my face. Epidote is the mirror. And it'll reflect back. And from that, you can probably come to the conclusion of, oh, okay, I need to let go of this belief. This is the frequency that I've been in. I didn't know I was in that frequency. Okay, now that I know, now I need to start working with other crystals. But prehnite will soften the effect. Okay. So epidote is a very, very dark, dark, almost blackish green color. Okay. So the photo on the left is just straight pure epidote. And when it grows in the fairy forest formation that only comes out of Turkey, oh, it's really, really gorgeous to look at. So, any questions about working with epidote?
I don't, I guess you're clarifying a lot. I have a really interesting story with it about, I would say a little over 2 years ago. I had gone into a crystal store, and that crystal store, I feel, I feel very authentic. Like when I'm in there, I know it wasn't like the one I just described. um, but I had walked into the store, and I tend to just kind of intuitive let crystals talk to me. And so I walked in, and right away something was screaming at me and saying, I'm here, you need to come home with me, I'm here. And it was just, I had that feeling. And I would walk towards a shelf, and it wasn't so loud. Then I would come back to the center of the store, and it was loud. And it was on my right side when I was facing one way, but then when I would turn, it was on my left side. So I was narrowing down a frequency or it was narrowing, but it was at the register. So finally, I went to the person that runs the shop, and I said, I don't know what's going on, but I know there's something here. I know there's something that I need to take home, I believe. But it's resonating here, at the register. And she just looked at me and she goes, are you kidding me? And she pulled out a box from underneath the register, and she goes, I just got this today, and it was a shipment of Epidote. And I was like, oh, and she goes, I haven't even priced him yet. I just, and so I said, well, she goes, you can look at it. And so I have it right here. Well, what I ended up having is I looked at it, and instantly I felt the buzzing, but then I still am learning to work with my intuition. And I was like, I need to go home. I don't want to buy it because it was expensive, and I want to go home and I want to think about it. And I woke up at 4:44 in the morning with the crystal in my mind. It was in my dream. And I was like, oh, you've got to come home. And this is the crystal.
Wow, that's a big one.
Isn't it? And it just was buzzing and buzzing and buzzing.
Oh my gosh.
And it
That's
makes so
amazing.
much sense because shortly after that, the tumor showed up, the shadow work crept in, so many tower moments popped in my life. My daughter, my husband's lost his job. We're just in all of this transformation. And I am sitting in this change and in this like remembering who you are. Because then that was 2023, then 2024, the change is 2025. I was like, I don't want to be I kept looking at an analogy of like I feel like I'm wanted to be here. All these choices brought me over to the other side. I'm waking up in it going, I don't want to be here. And I look at the person way over there. I want to remember that person. I want to get back to it, but I have no clue how. And this crystal, it just kept coming at me. So it's interesting that what you're saying, it just really resonates. It's amazing how they
Yeah.
show up and how they work in your life. But it was trusting intuition. I didn't go into that store going, oh, I need Epidote. Where is it? Or I'm doing shadow work, or I feel changes coming in my life. I wasn't even in that place.
Yeah.
But that crystal came into my life going, yep, you're gonna need me.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, I don't know anybody who seeks out Epidote. Nobody seeks out Epidote. Epidote comes for us.
Mm.
It's like when it comes for you and you have an experience like that, Tower moment in the tarot cards is
Oh,
exactly what happens. It will strip away what is not aligned with your soul purpose. And that's the whole thing. If we're not aligned with why we are uniquely here, life is hard. Life just feels like we are scraping our nails down a chalkboard all day long. Who wants to live with that? I'd rather deal with some collapse and chaos and get on the right path. So when you do that, that's why I said when you do that inner work, then you're ready. Then you intuitively know anything that falls away was not meant to be here. A job that falls away, a health issue that crops up is like, hello, McFly, pay attention. I'm trying to get your attention. That's what Epidote does. So when Epidote comes for you, just realize that Epidote just put you in the pinball machine of life. And
mhm.
it's like, now I'm going to put you in play. Bam. And here you go.
Yeah, yeah, because it was even my daughter bringing up all of our family beliefs and just so many different rock bottoms. But
Yeah.
looking at it, it's like change had to happen, and it happened. And it wasn't like I felt lost because I was still in crystals and still feeling good and Reiki and all of that. But it was like, no, you're in ego Reiki, you're in ego crystals, you're still in this ego space. I didn't even think I was an ego, but
Right.
I kept doing the work, trusting the work. And then this hit me. And then it was like, okay, now here's work. This is the real work. This is not the love and light and
Yeah.
everything's bright. This is, no, you're in this trenches, you're changing. We're going to hold your feet to the fire.
Yeah.
And now do some hard steps, do some
Yeah.
hard changes. So that's fascinating. I
Yeah.
got more confirmation. So thank you.
All right. Okay, let's go to the next one. Let's go to Euphoralite. I think both of you have a Euphoralite, correct? Yeah. And I really don't like to do this, but I have limited everyone to one piece at this point because I don't know if I'm going to get any more. Um, I mean, I talked about it in the Crystal Cluster. There's a whole big dispute between two miners in South Dakota. One guy I will not buy from. He is just a fraud. I mean, he's just a charlatan. And the other guy I buy from, but he's gone crazy because of the lawsuits going back and forth. And so everything's been shut down. Um, but man, just even having one piece of Euphoralite is amazing. There's all different varieties. I have had 6 different varieties in the store, and I know there's even more than that. But this, oh my gosh, this is kind of on the level of Oralite 23, deeply grounding, deeply ascending. I mean, it's got a lot of like Native American folklore behind it because it's coming from the Black Hills of South Dakota. And these two miners, I mean, actually, I mean, it was one miner. His name is Mark. That's who I was dealing with. It's his mine. And he named it and registered it as euphorolite because even though he's an old school miner, he said, when I felt it, I felt euphoric. So I wanted to name it euphorolite. And then the other guy, Gary, started mining kind of on the back end of the mine, and but he kept the same name. So anyway, and then Gary trademarked the euphorolite name, and Mark's like, but I'm the one who named it. So that's what the lawsuit is about. So Mark had to rename the crystals Indigo Light. So when I was selling them earlier in the year, it said Indigo Light, aka Euphorolite. Anyway, that's the backstory. It's ridiculous. So I don't think I'm going to get any more. I don't know even know if I want to play in that energy with what's going on between the two of them. But if you have a Euphorolite, oh my gosh, it is euphoric because if you struggle with grounding, anybody who just has the runaway thoughts, like you can't meditate, that is a clear sign that you need grounding. Or any sort of anxiety, rapid heartbeat, racing thoughts, you need grounding. If you can't sleep, you need grounding. But then if you struggle with problems, you can't, you kind of keep replicating the same problems, you need ascending energy. And that's what this does. It just does it for you. And each type of euphorolite is different. Um, the Ascension fluorite had gold in it. I mean, it was a beautiful gold color. A lot of these have green or blue tourmaline, which are, found in the Black Hills of South Dakota. Each one did something different, and there was very little information on what these varieties did. So this came from not only me working with these different varieties, but also other people in the crystal cluster working with them, and I've been collecting the information. But this crystal is 2.8 billion years old, billion. So it's older than Oralite 23. And the way that Mark, the miner, described it to me, because he's a geologist, and he said this is a powerful conductor of energy because it has tourmaline and it has quartz. And so he said, crystals oscillate energy back and forth. This acts like a battery. You have the grounding part of the battery, you have the plus and you have the minus on the battery. And that's what the tourmaline and the quartz are doing. So he said this is a very powerful conductor of energy when you just basically want to, like, I feel it come up from the root chakra, go out through my crown, and it just saturates the entire energy field. It like explodes my energy field just from picking it up. Bam. When you just need to feel good and feel euphoric, that's all you have to do. Pick it up. You could hold it for 5 seconds and set it back down. It's already in your energy field. That's how fast it works. He also was teaching me about how this produces negative ions. That is the same effect as when we're out in nature, when we are earthing by putting our bare feet on the ground, we are doing an ion exchange with the earth. So you're going to feel like you're in nature. That's perfect going into winter. And it's very, very protective when you look at the individual minerals. So with the ones that you have, just look at the individual minerals. You can even dive deeper and research them more. But there's a lot of quartz, a lot of mica, blue or green tourmaline in them. Some have lepidolite, some have feldspar, some have lithium, but these are tremendous. So even though they're getting harder to find, I don't know how much longer I'm going to keep the crystal in this class, I only added it about 2 years ago to this class, but it is that important of a crystal right now, which is why I've had to put a limit where people, unfortunately, I'd rather have 10 people each have a crystal instead of maybe two people each having five of these. So I want to try to spread it out amongst people. So any questions or comments about your Euphoria light? Okay. All right, let's go to Herkimer diamonds. So there are, the high quality gem variety of Herkimer diamonds where you can get like a little tiny pea-sized version for like $100. Or you can get what I call the messy Herkimers. They might be a little cloudy. They might have black spots, which is carbon. They have etchings, a lot of indentations and etchings that look like triangles. And these are not what I call record keepers. We're going to talk about those tomorrow. But this triangle formation that you can see in the crystal on the right, it's called a Fenster growth formation. And Herkimers like to grow in this. So these tend to be the more affordable ones. And these are the ones that I like to get, although I've had a very hard time getting them. But this is an attunement crystal. It is like your go-to crystal when you want to raise your vibration to either stay with the frequency of the earth or go beyond it, to go beyond it. Now, these are only from Herkimer County, New York. You can go and you can mine them yourself if you want to do that. I think I mentioned during the first class that one dealer I know has Pakistan Fenster formation, and he was calling them Pakistani Herkimers or Packamers, and I really chewed his butt up and down. I'm like, no, no, you cannot make stuff up like that. That's not okay. Herkimers are location specific. Period. End of story. So these are naturally double terminated. Sometimes they have anhydrous water bubbles. They'll have rainbows. Sometimes they have the black carbon dots, which help with detoxing. Um, where diamonds are pure carbon that has crystallized. Herkimers are carbon and silica quartz. That's the difference. So these are not, I heard somebody once talk about these as lower grade diamonds. Nope. Nope, not at all. Because there's quartz in them. That's the difference. This is quantum healing at the white light energy ray, which is the highest energy ray of calling in frequencies. This is as high as we can go. When you want to get into understanding quantum field, Herkimers will help you understand it. The more I started working with Herkimers, the more I started studying and learning about the quantum field and quantum physics and quantum math so that I could explain it in a somewhat easy way in this class. This is going to help you, it's going to help the human brain comprehend what the quantum field is. I can't help you comprehend it with my words. Only you can comprehend it with your frequency. Herkimers help you do that. This is a crystal that all light workers need to have because it illuminates so much light that you can be in the presence of darkness, and the darkness has been not eliminated because you can't eliminate it on the earth plane, but it has been dampened down. It's like walking into a dark room, you turn on the light. The dark is still there, it's just the light dominates. That's what Herkimers do. The light dominates. So it's going to give you clarity. It's going to help with your intuition. You can put it in water and drink it. You can make Herkimer diamond water and drink it all day long. But this is what light workers need as we traverse through the bubbling up of the dark energies so that we know what's there. It's always been there. It always will be there. Who's going to dominate? Okay. It may seem like the dark is winning. It's not. The light is winning right now because all of this has bubbled up. It's not hidden anymore. So we see it, so we know what to do. When we don't know something is there, we don't know what to do. That's what I like about Herkimers. So I like to meditate with one in each hand. It just really will raise your personal vibration a lot. These are fantastic to work with. I love these. I love putting them in grids because it elevates the grid even more to be a direct pipeline into the quantum field. So I do a lot of grids where the outside of it is the Herkimer diamonds. That's what I'm using as the amplification, is Herkimer diamonds a lot of times. All right. Any questions about Herkimers?
Not so much a question as I had a thought thinking back to Rita talking about the one shop she went into in her hometown.
Yeah.
I wonder if carrying one of these into the shop with you would help you determine whether this is something you want to deal with helping to fix or not.
Mhm.
Because it might shed some light on what all is going on in that shop.
I like that.
Yeah. Yeah. And it would be interesting because if there is a dark energy there that is prevailing, whether it's encompassed her or whether it's just in the space, you carrying a Herkimer and shining that light is going to deter her. So, kind of like the one store that I went into where the lady yelled at me. And that's how I knew there's a dark energy in there. She cannot handle the light. She cannot handle the light at all. So that's what happens. She will repel you right outside the store, and that's one way that you're going to know. Or she just won't come near you. She won't follow you. Yeah. So it's a good one to walk around with through the day, especially if you know you're going into places where, I'm not sure about the energy. You can literally repel the energy. I mean, you're just like a lighthouse and you got the big light coming out. Yeah, you're gonna squelch the dark within. That's what Herkimers do. Great, great comment, Lisa. All right, kunzite. Kunzite, also known as spodumene. So pink spodumene is called kunzite. Green spodumene is called hiddenite. This comes out of Afghanistan. I don't stock it in the store anymore. I've stopped stocking it in 2021 because the money goes to the Taliban. If it has been, um, it depends on the seller, but if they've mined it recently, then yes. If they can't sneak it out of the country, then yeah, it's going back. But some of the sellers they support the Taliban government. So they will knowingly give their money back to the Taliban. So I don't stock it right now because I just haven't felt comfortable and I don't have a good supply of it. But this is still a tremendous crystal. If you have one, um, some people call it the stone of emotion or the woman's stone, but I basically call it the Mr. Rogers crystal. I mean, think of Mr. Rogers, being a good neighbor, being kind to other people. This crystal is not like the other pink crystals because it connects to universal love. Think of source energy, quantum field, love. We're not talking about angelic love, human love, earth love. This is big. This is big, big, big love. So it is powerful for really understanding unconditional love because humans are conditional. We like to think that we have unconditional love. Humans are not programmed that way. We're not. This helps us understand it by putting situations in front of us where we have an opportunity to practice unconditional love and to feel it. It is, I think every teenage girl needs to have kunzite because it helps with self-love. If you are a star seed, this is a great crystal because it connects you to love outside of this planet. This planet can be very hard for star seeds. It'll connect you with that. I think this is a great crystal for moms who have fussy babies. Moms need to practice that unconditional love and not lose it. This is a really good crystal for them. So it's highly spiritual. It breaks down the heart walls. Um, it is really for those who struggle with their heart chakra, and maybe rose quartz isn't cutting it. This is the next one that you go to because it just taps you into universal love. So um, it, it's got pink lithium in it, which is, lithium is so good if your emotions are all over the place. This is so stabilizing and so strong in how it works. So like I said, most of this is coming from Afghanistan, although the largest piece discovered in South Dakota, 47 feet long and 100 tons. Now, I don't know why we're not finding, South Dakota kunzite, because clearly there's a lot of kunzite coming out of South Dakota to create that sort of piece. So I just haven't seen it. So if you have an opportunity to get kunzite and you feel good about where it's coming from, then it's a fantastic crystal to work with. Or if you already have a piece in your supply, then really, really great for the heart chakra. Any questions about kunzite?
I got one because I'm looking at a piece in my hand of what was told or thought was raw rose quartz, but it looks almost identical to kunzite on the screen. Do they look a lot alike in real life, or could I possibly have kunzite mislabeled?
Um, the kunzite has striations in it. Rose quartz does not.
Are the striations like kyanite where they peel, or selenite, or they're just striations like more a Lemurian or a where you see, but they're vertical.
Say the first part again.
Oh, sorry. Like selenite in kyanite, you know how it flakes with their striations? Does kunzite flake too?
No,
No.
it's
Okay.
too
It's
hard.
too hard. All right.
Yeah, it's too hard.
This might be kunzite because it has striations in it.
Yeah.
It might have
Is,
just been mislabeled.
are the striations kind of like what you see in Danburite? I mean, as far as it's part of the stone, not necessarily inclusion because that's what it's looking like on the screen, but I don't have a Kunzite. So,
Yeah, it's internal and external.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the difference. Rose quartz is more sedimentary. It's like compressed sediment. It doesn't have striations in it.
Interesting.
Yeah. And
Thank you.
kunzite's a heck of a lot more expensive than rose quartz. Yeah. All right. Let's go to kyanite. We've got right now 4 different colors of kyanite on the planet. I have yet to find orange kyanite, but I know it's out there. So, um, kyanite is quantum healing. I mean, this is a really high vibrational crystal. It's also very grounding, but you're working in the quantum field. It's not really, you're working in higher dimensions off the body. Now, each color represents something different. So blue works on all the energy layers. It's very soothing. You can sweep it through the energy field and it just clears. It's very, very clearing. Orange clears creative blocks. Green clears emotional blocks, and the black is clearing stuck energy. I just restocked on black kyanite in the store. So it's really, I mean, it looks like it comes from another planet. It's really cool, but when you work it, I like to work kyanite through the energy field. Like, I mean, only rarely have I put it in a crystal grid. Usually, if I'm working on like a person or a pet who is passing on, I like to work it in a grid. Yeah, you can lay it on the body, but man, this is like an energy field. Sweep it through the energy field. And because it's working in the quantum field for total balance, it will attune your energy to the frequency of the crystal. So, whenever I have taught, energy healing classes and I give the students their attunement to that particular energy, more often than not, I have a kyanite in my pocket to make sure that I am fully connected to that energy and of the highest frequency because I don't want my energy, if something's going on, I don't want that to get into the student when I open their energy field to attune them. So I am making sure that I am always at my clearest. And that's what kyanite does. I can't go to people who do hands-on energy healing because every time that I have, they are not clear. Now, I can go to one of my students and I always tell them, just put a kyanite in your pocket and then you can work on me. Kyanite it just clears and it attunes you to a very, very high vibration, to a very high frequency, because I don't want other people's issues in my energy field. You shouldn't want other people's issues in your energy field. And that's what this does. That's why I like to sweep it, regardless of the color. I like to sweep it through the energy field and let it work. It's a great crystal for regulating the nervous system as well. So, yeah, quantum healing, working straight up in the energy field. Fantastic, fantastic crystal. Any questions or comments about kyanite? Okay. Okay, we're going to talk about magnetite and hematite together. So you need a piece of hematite, especially for tomorrow. We're going to do a layout tomorrow. So make sure that you have a piece. I would prefer magnetite, but magnetite is becoming very, very difficult to find. I don't know why. It's iron. I mean, iron is as prevalent as silica. It's like, what is going on? Hardly anybody is selling magnetite anymore. Like, I have little tiny, like pinky fingernail size pieces in the store, which are great for a grid, but they're super, super tiny. I have bigger pieces of hematite. I swap out hematite for magnetite. Both of these are grounding, straight up grounding. They are both iron oxide. Magnetite is more iron than hematite. These are your earth chakra, foot chakra, root chakra crystals. Now, I have mentioned, I think it was in the first class, how we are a battery. The earth is a battery. The earth has the iron core crystal and a silica crust. And when lightning strikes at 1,000 times per minute, that's what keeps the battery in check so that the earth has its own frequency, its own electromagnetic field to protect it and keeps it in orbit. We have magnetite in our brain. We have silica lining our cell membranes. We are a magnet, just like the earth. So tomorrow we're going to do a layout with just, now if you have magnetite, you can bring that. But we're going to do a layout with just either magnetite or hematite and clear quartz. And you're going to feel what that feels like. Okay? This is powerful for people who have I'll talk about it tomorrow. Reversed polarity. A lot of health issues and nothing's working. Your poles, your battery could literally be flipped upside down. And that's where this comes into play, dealing with just straight iron. Now, I've given you a chart of the very minimal differences between magnetite and hematite. That's why I swapped these out for one another. And if you're not sure if you have hematite or magnetite, you can do a paper test where you just take it and you just draw a streak. Okay. If you have hematite, it should be reddish brown. If it's true magnetite, it should come through black. Okay. They grow differently, they grow in a different crystal structure, but they are both iron oxide. Just the oxygen and the iron formula is just minimally different. Okay. But this is your grounding crystal, straight grounding, straight iron, really good if you are having mysterious physical problems and you are not sure why. Your poles are probably flipped, your battery is flipped. This is a good one to work with. And then tomorrow I'll show you a polarity reversal layout that you can do on your body. Okay? So if you put this on the left side of your body, put it in your pocket, it opens your spiritual awareness. And if you wear it on the right side of your body, like in your right pocket, it will close and protect your energy field from other people. So it kind of closes that spiritual awareness. So if I'm on an airplane, I need to close. I need to close up. I'm in too close proximity with people, and that's how you can use this. All right, any questions about magnetite and hematite? Okay, let's go to Nirvana quartz. Okay, this is another Himalayan mountain quartz. Some people call it glacier quartz or ice quartz or growth interference quartz because when you look at it, it's not particularly pretty. It's got all these like pock marks in it because it grows in glaciers in the Himalayan mountains. So it's not growing in a traditional point like a Himalayan quartz cluster. It's not growing like the anandamide with all the little tiny points in it. This grows like in a chunk. And then it's got all these like etchings and indentations and marks in it. But oh my gosh, is it phenomenal to work with? Phenomenal. Um, I'm totally drawing a blank on whether I even have any of this in the store. I did have some pink Nirvana, which is outrageously rare. So when you have a Nirvana quartz, you really can't tell that it is a six-sided quartz because of all the damage, as I'm going to call it, that happens during the growth process. Internally, it is a six-sided hexagon, but on the outside, it has been battered. Okay, it's like bam, 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 bam. It's gone through a lot. So it looks like chunks of ice, and it can be clear, it can be white, it can be pink. I have found it with celestials. I have found it with record keepers. I have a piece that has about 36 record keepers on it, which we're going to talk about tomorrow. Those are etched triangles. So, because it grows very high up in the Himalayan mountains underneath the glaciers, that's what gives it its unique look. It's very different than Himalayan quartz, anandamide, and Tibetan quartz because of how it grows. Now, this is a white energy flame, super high vibrational crystal, and it will elevate your chakras into, and I'm going to start talking more about this, how we are actually elevating our seven primary chakras into fifth dimensional energies. Okay, because remember, seven primary chakras, we are born with them activated. They are third dimensional. Nirvana quartz, as well as all the other Himalayan mountain quartz, elevates all of them into the fifth dimension, which then takes us with it. It takes our body, even though we're here in the third dimension, it takes us all so that we're living in a different timeline and a different frequency. This is a deeply peaceful crystal. I mean, just think of, like the Tibetan and the Himalayan monks. I mean, it will really help you meditate and give you profound shifts in how you see things. It'll profound shifts in your mindset, in your thought, and in your emotions because it's aligning you with your soul purpose. Okay. But it is deeply grounded to the earth chakra because so is the Himalayan mountains. Very deeply grounded to the earth chakra. So, another really phenomenal crystal to work with that has the dual energy. Okay, any questions about the Nirvana quartz? All right, let's talk Newmite. So actually, I don't think I have any of this. I should have done an inventory before I started today. I did have some tumbled. I tried to find some in Tucson this year, and I went to my dealer out of Greenland, and he said, we don't have any. Um, they have a very short mining season, about 4 months, because of just the harsh weather in Greenland. This only comes from Greenland. And I'll keep looking for it. But I like to talk about this crystal in a couple of different ways. It is a crystal that absolutely will block electromagnetic frequencies, and I have tested it with my EMF detector. Because it is made of iron and aluminum. One of those can transmute the EMF frequencies. This has both, just like black tourmaline. This is one of the oldest crystals. It's 3 billion years old. Okay, euphorolite was what, 2.8? And orolite is 1.2 billion. Like this is old. This is ancient, ancient knowledge. Um, it is a magical crystal. Like it taps you into your own personal magic so that you are recognizing all the synchronicities and the serendipities and the messages and all the signs and signals that we get throughout the day. You become very aware of it because this is a deeply present crystal. You can only see those signs and messages when you are present. If you are worried about the past and worried about the future, forget about it. You're never going to see those synchronicities. I mean, life is just going to pass you by. This makes you very present. And so that's why it is known of helping you tap into that, but it also increases your intuition because modern life dulls our intuition. It has literally cut us off, and we have to claw our way back into our intuitive gifts. But why I like this crystal, it is fiercely protective. I keep a bowl of Newmite, but I also blend it with garnet and Amazonite. And I keep it on my nightstand. I have never been one of those healers that always feels need to protect myself. I have friends that I have gone through all my studies with, and that's all they talk about. Oh, I have to protect myself. I have to wear this crystal and put this bracelet on me, and I have to protect myself from other people. Well, if you feel that you have to protect yourself from other people, then you are going to experience people that you need to protect yourself with. I don't focus on it. I don't feel the need to protect myself. Only in certain circumstances, like when I get on an airplane. But I had an experience, this was about 12 years ago, and I had worked for many years with a lady. She's 100% Samoan and openly would talk about how her father and her grandfather practiced dark magic. They were the medicine men in Samoa, and they would practice dark magic. And it's like, y'all not be spreading that around, especially a law office that we were all basically working in. Not your best thing. She always had an energy about her that it's like, I need to keep her on my good side. Well, she got fired. Rightfully so. I tried to help her so that that wouldn't happen. But she got fired and then they put me in her place. So she came for me. She came for me and I felt it like you wouldn't believe. That's when I reached out to a friend because I couldn't find Newmite and I said, I need all the Newmite that you have. And she said, I literally have 6 pieces. Oh, well, isn't that an interesting number? I'll take it. And I put this jar of Newmite at my front door so that when I would come home from work, I wasn't bringing this into my house. I had to deal with her in the workplace. I still kept a piece in my pocket, but I mainly had it in my house. And it worked. Eventually, she just drifted away, and that was it. But she was really vicious in her negative attacks, and I could feel it. So to this day, because I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about any negative energies. I'm a light worker. I'm just going to shine the light. I'm not going to really think too much about the darkness, although that's one of my jobs. I just keep that on my nightstand and I forget about it. So I don't feel the need to constantly protect myself, like, oh my gosh, I have to leave the house. I need to cover myself in protective crystals. I am not that person. Just know that if you are focused on dark energies, they are going to come for you. I don't think about it. When I do think about it, I know that that's protecting me. Does that make sense? Okay. What we focus on is what we draw in. I don't focus on it unless I have to. And when I have to, I have Newmite. Okay. All right. I'll let you know if I get more of that in. All right, let's go to,
Real quick, Ellie. Can
yeah.
I ask I have a question about Newmite.
Mhm.
Um, I got a little chunk of it at a store and it it really resonated with me. I don't know why I had gone to, and I wanted this piece, and it wasn't super expensive. So I took this one and really resonated with it.
Mhm.
Then I was in another store and it wasn't labeled, but it very much looked like Newmite. And then next to it was a palm that also looked like it, but it was labeled astrophyllite.
Oh, astrophyllite?
And it has those same, like I call them like angel wings, like kind of
Mhm.
going through it. But I guess, and I try to do research to see the difference. And um I'm guessing what I found is there's the more brown in the astrophyllite versus
Yeah.
Newmite. And so the Newmite, but my naked eye was having, when I first picked this palm up, I really thought, oh, I have Newmite, but now I'm questioning, I think it might have been uh
Yeah,
I-
astrophyllite.
thank you.
Astrophyllite.
Astrophyllite,
So
thank you.
astrophyllite has golden rutiles in it. So it's gonna look like gold striations in it. You can buy astrophyllite. I've had astrophyllite in the store where it's just like the gold, it's just gold um striations, quite fragile. Newmite does not have the gold in it, but it has what you see on the left when you take your jeweler's loupe and you look into it. It's all the different minerals, but it just creates this it's just not solid black like black tourmaline or jet or onyx. It's not obsidian. It's almost a little labradorite-ish with these internal um bands. It's not rutiles that's in the Newmite. The astrophyllite it has those rutiles in it um, that are gold. So I think they're labeled properly the way that you have them.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right. Let's go to pedalite. Pedalite is a little challenging to find, and when you find it, ooh, cha-ching. I found some in Denver last year, and the price was just no. I was like, nope, 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 nope. But I found pink pedalite, and I think I still have some pink pedalite in the store. The clear pedalite was really, 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 really super expensive. Um, so I like pedalite. Pedalite is a fifth dimension crystal. It is super high vibrational. It is known as an angel stone because it really elevates your frequency so that you can tap in to the higher subtle energies, like connecting with angels, connecting with spirit guides. Shamans work with pedalite because it just elevates them into working with the higher world and the higher realms. So, this is a great crystal when you are removing energy cords. It just elevates you so that you can just release them um, and energetically get rid of them. It is, I mean, this is off body. I mean, this is not a crystal that is working on your body. It is, yes, it's calming, it reduces your stress, but it is working in such the high frequencies of the energy field. It will give you clarity. It will help you discern truth. It's going to really help you to trust your intuition because we're all intuitive. It's going to help you trust your intuition. And it's very stabilizing during chaos and turbulent times like this energy shift that we're in. It just really anchors you so that you can really flow with like the snow globe shaking effect that we're in right now. Now, the pink variety of pedalite is very rare and it connects the heart and the soul stars together so that you have that coherence going. Very, very high vibrational. Love, love, love this crystal as definitively fifth dimensional. Definitively. I don't know anybody in the crystal world who says otherwise. This is definitively a fifth dimension. Just like danbarite, okay? Works very well with danbarite. These you could put one in each hand and woo, off you go. So any questions about pedalite? Okay. All right, we're going to see if we can get through the rest of these. Do you need a 5-minute break? We've got about another 40 minutes left. Okay. All right, we're going to see if we can get through the rest of these. If we can't, we'll pick it up again tomorrow. All right, prehnite. Oh my gosh, prehnite. First of all, prehnite grows in so many different formations depending on where it grows. It is fascinating to me. But prehnite is known as the healer's crystal. It is a crystal of unconditional love. It is an Archangel Raphael crystal. He is just the overall healing angel's crystal. This crystal, straight up, whatever you need for healing, this is your best friend. You need physical healing, bam, it's got you. You need emotional healing, phew, there you go. You need mental clarity healing, spiritual healing, past life healing, dimensional healing, ancestral healing, shadow, inner child healing, bam, it's like, I got you. I'm going to do it all. This is why I love, love, love prehnite. Anybody who does any sort of healing work, this is a must have. Because there are too many wounded healers out there. And it's like, yes, many people get into energy work because they need to fix themselves. That's what happened with me. Physically, I was in adrenal failure. Everything was out of whack, and I just started learning stuff. But a lot of healers don't do the work. I mean, it's kind of a joke in the healing world that do as I say, not as I do. Yeah, we have to do the work. Otherwise, we ought not be doing any sort of energy work on anybody. This is the crystal. This is the healer's crystal to have. So it grows in different formations. It loves to grow with epidote because healers need to transform out of wounded healer into empowered healer. And this is going to help you do it. It helps with intuition. You can connect with angels. Heck, you can connect with extraterrestrial beings if you want. You can connect with aliens. You can connect with other planets. It helps with connecting with earth and nature spirits. I mean, it just does everything. It's phenomenal. But most of all, it brings you into harmony. Because when you're in harmony, there's no chaos. When you're in harmony, there's balance. There's no turbulence. You are anchored. And that's what it does. So I always love having prehnite in the store. I don't even know if I have any at this point. I know I have tumbled crystals because I love these in grids. But really, really an important crystal right now to have. Very, very, very important. So, oh, I know I have some of this that's on the lower left. Really, really kind of fragile type of formation of prehnite. I know I have that in the store. I had gotten some of that recently. All right, any question about prehnite?
I just have a quick comment. I have a piece that I got from you. I absolutely love it. It was the Druzy one.
Mhm.
And oh my goodness, I love this piece and it's so warm. and so calming and healing. Um, and I was at a Met Fest. There was someone at the table filling in for the actual person who was doing the table, and they had a beautiful piece of pranite. And I didn't feel compelled to buy it, but I felt compelled to share with her because she was sharing how, she needed healing. And I was like, there's a beautiful piece of pranite right there. And she picked it up, and I could tell like she was gravitating toward it. And I went around, walked, did some things, and I came back and it was back on the table. And I was like, oh, and she goes, oh, it means fertility. I don't want to get pregnant. I was like, oh no. And I didn't know how to like steer her back. And I did Google it, but it was like, man, I felt so sad for her. Like I
Yeah.
just felt drawn. And I know you can't make people, you can't want it for people more, and you can't, but
Right.
I had never heard the fertility side of it. So it kind of surprised me that.
Well, and that is something that was written in a book by one person, and then this is part of where it, that didn't mean that for her. And by the way, fertility means a lot of different things.
Exactly.
I want a fertile mind. Fertility relates to abundance. So it's this is where crystals will expand us. And when you get to the point when you stop relying on what other people say, like I'm giving you baseline stuff, but I know both of you you're gonna figure out what these crystals do for you. That's where the crystal magic comes in. You know, early on, I let one experience with one person control how I felt about epidote. But after I had worked with so many other crystals, then it was like, okay, I'm not going to let that control me. And then I worked with it, and oh my gosh, it's been amazing. That's what I hope for people with crystals, that they can get out of that, oh, it's about fertility. I don't want to get pregnant.
Mhm.
That's
I was like, oh no.
Crystals do a lot of different things. If that was one person's experience, then that was meant for them, but it doesn't mean it was meant for her. Like, fertility means a lot of different things. That's when I would want to say, why don't you Google what fertility really means?
Oh, that's a good one.
Because it means a lot of different things.
Mhm.
Do you want a fertile mind? Do you want fertile creativity? Do you want fertile abundance? Do you want fertile health? Do you want a fertile garden? Stick your pre-night out in your garden. And that's the thing, like this is the programming of humans. You're seeing it now. You're seeing the programming, and it's so hard. Every single day, I basically have to say, Allie, zip it. Zip it. Most people are not ready for you to blow their programming to smithereens. And the three of us, we could do that. We could go into people's lives and we could smash their programmed beliefs and walk away. And we're like, yeah, good job. We did a good job. And we just left them in a pile. So it's like, believe me, every day, all day, it's like, Allie, zip it. Just zip it. But if you feel that they're ready, you could ask a question. You could plant the seed. You could. Yeah, it's hard, but you're gonna start seeing the programming even more, and it's going to be even harder. I'll just tell you that. This is the hard part of the awakening. It's like, don't people see this? Don't, and you start feeling very isolated because it's like, I can't say that. I can't walk into the crystal store and say, this is all fake. You do not have one real crystal in here. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm in a new networking group here, and there is a gal. Okay, I got to share this with you. Okay, because it's like Allie, zip it. Here is an Allie zip it moment in real time that's happening right now. There is this gal, and she started a business where she coaches businesses on having systems so that they don't feel so chaotic. That's about the extent that I know of her business. And I happened to say to her the other week, I'm like, so you're like a chaos coordinator. She's like, oh my gosh, I love that. Can I take that as my title? I'm like, go for it. Chaos coordinator, put it on your business cards. And then I was having a meetup with another guy who does financial planning, and he was meeting with her afterwards. So she showed up just as I was leaving. I have never met a more chaotic person. Even he's looking at me like, we have a live one here. She cannot settle down. She has chihuahua energy, as I call it. It's like Rita, like that lady who was just on you. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, because we all help each other with our business. This is a business networking group. How am I going to have a meetup with her and explain to her that she needs to embody not being chaotic? Because there is no way anybody's going to hire her to manage chaos if she can't manage her own chaos. How are you going to say that, Allie? So I'm in a zip it moment. Just zip it until until it happens. I just and I even looked at him and I gave him a look like zip it. Just zip it. Like this is not the moment. This is not the moment. She's not going to get one stitch of business out of our group. And that's all we do is we make referrals to each other. I'm not going to refer her to anybody. She has got to manage her energy. The more you work with these crystals, you're going to experience that where it's like, oh, I actually have a solution. They're not ready. They're not ready, or you're going to struggle in what to say. And so this is where throat chakra is going to say, zip it. Like it. Until you know what to say, don't say anything. Don't say anything. And that's the hard part about this. So yeah, healing, all of this energy work and working with the crystals can be a bumpy road because you're going to see stuff so clearly. Like, why can't they see it? Like, even at the meeting on Tuesday, she stood up and she was like barking like a chihuahua for 45 seconds and ended with, and I'm the chaos coordinator for businesses that are chaotic. And I looked at the guy next to me who does home inspections, and he just looked at me. And I literally shared a moment with him where we're like, zip it. So I will find a way to help her. I just haven't quite figured it out. Maybe I'll hand her a pre-night. Actually, I need to hand her a hematite. She needs to ground. She needs to calm her butt down. She needs to ground her energy. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to gift her a crystal and say, here's a pet rock. Keep it in your pocket at all times. All right, let's go to Himalayan quartz. I am not giving her a Himalayan quartz. This would blow her energy field. All right, Himalayan quartz. I know we love our Himalayan quartz. I'm going to talk first Himalayan and then I'm going to talk Tibetan. They are very similar yet different. So Himalayans, I buy all of my Himalayans from one family. I've only ever bought from one family. Hopefully they never stop. It's a husband and wife and their two sons, and I've been buying from them since 2013. They hand mine out of the Himalayas on the India side. Now, they can also be mined out of the Nepal side. and they're just going to be collectively called Himalayan quartz. Tibetans are mined out of the Himalayas on the Tibet side. Location matters. These are mined about 2.5 to 3 miles up the mountains. So they are hand mined. They can't get any machinery up there. Very, very harsh conditions. They tend to go up in like our fall is when they mine. So this family is probably just now starting to come down the mountain, and then they will clean the crystals, they put them in a shipping container, they ship them over, and then they sell them in Tucson, and that's it. It's the only place that they sell. There's different colors. There's clear Himalayan, there's pink Himalayan. The Himalayans are also called Samadhi. So you'll see me label them like pink Samadhi Himalayan quartz. There's green Himalayan that has green chloride. Last year they mined champagne Himalayan. I think I came back with like 3 or 4 pieces. It looks like champagne. Oh, it's just gorgeous. It's a really pale iron inclusion. Every year I ask them, what have you mined that is new? And they tell me, and that's what I go for. So we'll see what I come back with when I go to Tucson next year. These are known as the eye of God because they grow closest to the celestials. Okay, this is really powerful Himalayan energy, deeply grounding, especially the more iron that's in it. That's what creates the pink or the golden color. And then very high up, which is ascended energy. So very blissful, very peaceful. I mean, all of the Himalayan quartz, Anandalite, Nirvana, Himalayan or Tibetan, deeply peaceful, very blissful, and you will find your unique frequency with it when you work with it. Each is going to feel different. It's hard for me to explain the difference between Anandalite and Himalayan because it's unique to me. That's your homework. Take all of your Himalayan quartz, come up with what do you feel? What's different about it? I would recommend this I've literally never said this to any class before. I would take an entire season. So maybe we're coming up on the winter solstice next month. Maybe take winter and only work with Himalayan quartz. Whether it's Anandalite, Nirvana, Himalayan, Tibetan, even prehnite. There you go. That was the guidance that I just got. That's literally what they told me. You got to figure it out. You got to figure it out for you. But the one thing that I can tell you about Himalayan, it will help you accept you are in the right place at the right time. Because a lot of times we are jamming a square peg into a round hole. And at a soul level, it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. You are in the right place at the right time. There are things that you have to learn before you go to the next level. That's what Himalayans have done for me. You know, the pink has a motherly energy to it. The champagne is a warming energy. It's like, ooh, it's all bubbly and warm like champagne. The green is like cleansing. It's got that green, like earthy energy to it. So, um, there's this great, like, folklore, as I'll just call it, that the Atlantis high priests all fled to the Himalayan mountains. And so their energy is embedded here. Now, Atlantis did lots of horrible things, enslaved people. We can work with the Himalayans to resolve that karmic energy. Okay, it's really great for resolving karmic loops. Now, Tibetans, on the other hand, they grow a little differently, and there is a difference in the Tibetans. So, Tibetans are, oh, there's the pink. Oh, I should have showed you this. So, I'm always looking for the pink and green combination. Himalayan quartz, that one on the left is one of mine. And I mean, it's a huge tent just full of Himalayan quartz. I literally spend 4 hours. I don't spend 4 hours in any booth. I have to go about 10 rounds through the booth before I start picking. It is intense. It is really intense, but it is fun. All right, let me go to the Tibetans. If a store is going to have Tibetans, they're going to have black Tibetans. So the black Tibetans they have inclusions of hematite and carbon in them. The Tibetans that I sell, of which I am running out of, are called Old Tibetans. There was a father and son team. The father has since passed away, but a father and son team that negotiated the Tibetans decades ago. Because what happened was the Chinese government invaded Tibet in 1949. Before that time, the Tibetan monks mined the crystals. The crystals were clear. Now the crystals being mined have this dark. I'm not saying it's dark energy. I have black Tibetans. Oh my gosh, they have a really interesting feel, but they are very different than what we call the old Tibetans. The old Tibetans have the old monk energy to them. They have a clarity to them. Almost every Tibetan has master traits or advanced traits, which I'll talk about tomorrow. I have a dwindling supply of the masters, or of the old Tibetans. And so does the guy that I get them from, who also is the source of the Beta Morions. The Tibetans are the global peacekeeper. These are very, very peaceful crystals. It's why I want everybody to have at least one old Tibetan, because that's how we spread peace. It's tapping into the map of consciousness where we all raise to a collective energy and it infuses out. It's literally creating a crystal grid around the globe. I have sold old Tibetans to people in Australia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, England, where else? Canada. Like I'm trying to create a grid of them around the earth. So, do either of you have an old Tibetan? Okay, Rita, yes, Lisa, no. Okay.
Yeah, I interestingly, I got mine in right around COVID.
Hmm.
Um, and it's this one here. And it's just amazing to work with. I didn't realize it was the Peacekeeper, but that makes sense why such a big one came into my radar to
Yeah.
help with that turbulence and
Yeah.
everything. It was yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah, the clear versions are very high ascension energy, but yet you have that Himalayan mountain, you have that groundedness that is happening. Um, I mean, these are all the higher chakras, all the higher chakras. Like you can sweep it through your energy field, or you can lay these on the soul star and the stellar gateway. These are not your everyday quartz in any sense of the word. That's why there is a big difference between the Tibetan and the Himalayan quartz versus Arkansas quartz. Arkansas quartz is beautiful. They do not feel the same at all. You have to experience it. That's why I keep getting, you all need to spend time just in the Himalayan mountain energy with these crystals because they all do something different. But you're going to find that they're double terminated. Um, they have all of these advanced and master traits because Tibet is the highest vibration and the tallest location on the planet. It is the location of the Om vibration, which is what you can chant to tap into earth frequency. Tibet is the site of the seventh earth chakra, the crown chakra for the planet. So it allows for complete unity to be established between Earth's evolution and our evolution. Now you know what the Tibetan quartz does. So yeah, there you go. Okay, any questions? Okay. All right, let's go to rhodochrosite. Okay, we're gonna get close to finishing these crystals, but not today. We'll finish up tomorrow. Okay, rhodochrosite. Oh, I love it. This is the compassion stone. If okay, so remember on I don't even remember what day it was, day one or day two, when I went through the energy shift and I went through the light worker traits where you can be either an indigo or a crystal child. Remember the indigo looks at the dark and it goes in, indigo's going with the sword and they're fighting, the dark and revealing them, unmasking the dark. The crystal children light workers are the ones they don't want to look at the dark. They are with the kids in the basement when the tornado is coming and they're playing Yahtzee and Monopoly and playing with finger puppets. Rhodochrosite is your finger puppet crystal. Like, you do not need to go into the dark to know what's there. Let's let's shift. Let's shift into the antidote of compassion. Let's look over here. Look at the finger puppets. Don't look at the dark. Even, I'm an indigo. I have moments where a lot lately where it's like I just can't do it anymore. I need a break. I need a break. Rhodochrosite says, look over here. Look over here. It is different than your rose quartz and your kunzite. This is for those who feel unloved. This is for those who may have had abuse in their past and it really impacted their empowerment and their confidence and their self-worth, and all of that is stored in the solar plexus. This creates coherence between solar plexus and heart. Because a lot of times we're like, oh, we're just going to go right in and work on the heart chakra. And the solar plexus is like, okay, I'm going to sit here in my disempowerment victim energy and low self-worth, and you have fun working on the heart chakra. And then they're like, well, why isn't this working? Because sometimes the heart chakra is rooted in its neighbor, which is the solar plexus. This is your go-between. It also goes as far down to the root, which is security. Because if you don't feel secure in this world, you can forget about being compassionate. Like you're going to be so much in, I need to take care of myself. I need to hunker down. I need to create an entire locker of food. Like I need to do that. That is a fearful energy. And there is no way that it's not that you're going to be cruel to other people. Like right now, all the stuff with food insecurity, if you've got a lot of fear and a lot of disempowerment in the solar plexus, it's going to be like, I need to stock up. You're not going to be able to shift into the mindset of, hey, when I go grocery shopping, let me just buy 5 extra cans of soup or corn and donate it to my local food pantry. The rhodochrosite says, you're fine. There is more than enough in this world. You have always been fine. You just need to accept that. You've always been fine. Everything is okay. Even though life has been a shit show, you're fine. You're okay. Let's start from there. It is a root chakra, solar plexus, heart coherence going on. Oh, I just got major goosebumps when I said that. Woof. Okay. So, I like to pair this with malachite. I think I've mentioned a couple times that malachite just purges negative, toxic emotions. Malachite does not care how you feel. Malachite is like, I'm going in doing energetic surgery without anesthesia. Sucks to be you that you put me on your heart chakra. I'm going in and you're going to have a meltdown. And rhodochrosite says, okay, malachite, let's chill out. You're going to go in and you're going to do what you need to do. And I'm over here with the finger puppets saying, look over here. You do not need to think about what Malachite's doing. Malachite's going in and doing surgery. Let's color. Okay. You want a cat coloring book? Do you want an angelic coloring book? What's your favorite color? You like periwinkle or you like burnt orange? It it's distracting you as Malachite's doing the work. So a very powerful advanced technique is to put malachite and rhodochrosite together on the heart chakra. It's doing all that work. You can put rhodochrosite on your root, solar plexus, and heart and get that coherence going. What it helps you do is help you on self-love, and then you can go into selfless love. So it helps you put empathy into action. And I think with what's happening with food is an example. We need to rhodochrosite this world and let everybody know you are fine. I know you're panicking. This is manufactured chaos. This is manufactured chaos. You are fine. Okay? Rhodochrosite, get your empowerment, get your security rooted, and then you can put empathy into action. It heals and releases your inner child. And I think that's my favorite thing about rhodochrosite. Once you get this coherence going, then let your inner child freak flag fly. Like your inner child's going to come out and say, okay, now I'm going to dress in polka dot and plaid together, and I don't care what anybody thinks. I'm going to go play. I'm going to have fun because my root chakra is secure. I feel safe. My solar plexus, I feel empowered, and I've healed my heart. Let's release the inner child. So if you're doing shadow work, the shadow class that's in the Sacred Shift, have some rhodochrosite with you, okay? All right, any questions about this? Very, very powerful crystal. Love rhodochrosite. Very different than kunzite, very different than rose quartz.
It's funny because I've got a rhodochrosite necklace. It's a little teardrop shape, and I bought it years ago because it was pretty. And now that I'm learning more about what it does or can do for you, it makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
And I can tell now that it's been working, even when I'm not wearing it, just having it around has been working on me for years.
Yeah. Yep. It is powerful. It is powerful. So it can be challenging to find, and when I find it, it tends to be dealers in Tucson, and that's all they sell. That's it. And they've got a large number of it. But when I think of how much is in Tucson, it's like, okay, this is one booth out of 10,000. but they've got a lot of it. They've got a lot of it. So I just have to literally look for a needle in a haystack, and it's like, there's the rhodochrosite dealer. So yeah, so I need to stock up because I don't have any right now.
I um I have the one that I got from you here
Mhm.
with, and it's got like the, I think it was pyrite. You
Ooh, that's a rare combination.
Yeah, no, it's so beautiful, and it has the quartz, and
Yeah.
that it has the pink, and I've been working with this one, but I had one I've had for quite a while, and I was told the pink in this, it's like a slice through the rhodochrosite, but when you look at it, it doesn't quite look like, but it's see-through. See how you can see my finger through it?
Do you see any of the bands in it or circular? I see on the one side, I do see some bands,
Yeah.
but on the see-through part, do you see any sort of
Sort of circular.
okay, yeah. They could have just sliced it so thin.
Yeah, it's really thin.
Yeah.
And then I was told, oh, this is one where you could break this piece out,
Yeah.
wrap it, and then there's another one here. Oh, my fingers
Oh,
over here,
yeah.
and then there's one down here.
And
Uh,
see, I see the bands. I see the bands down in that if it's a grayish part. Oh yeah. Oh, I would not be breaking that piece apart.
I
That
know.
is spectacular.
I was scared. I was like, really? And they're like, yeah, just smack it, and you can make some jewelry out. I'm like, no, I don't think I want to do that. But I
You
wasn't sure. Like
you could use that as a not a charging plate, but like things that you want to infuse with this root solar plexus coherence, release the inner child. Like you could lay it as a plate, you could put jewelry on it, you could whatever you want to put on it that you want to infuse with this really deep rhodochrosite energy. Oh,
Well, and as you were talking, what came to my mind, like when you were first talking, and Lisa, like you were saying, like this piece came to me right when I really needed a lot of that love, and the tumors was in the sacral chakra. So when you were talking, it was like, oh, I could take this piece and lay it from my on my body from my solar plexus down to my root because it almost
yeah.
has that shape, like
Yeah.
as you were saying that, I'm like, oh, maybe that's what I'll do with it.
Yeah.
But it looks very different than the one with the pyrite. So then I was doubting if I was like, do I have rhodochrosite or is this a different type of rock, or crystal? Sorry.
Yeah. No,
Thank you.
that's amazing.
It is, and it makes me laugh at how different people are coming from such different places that they would look at that and say, "Oh, you could break it." I'm like, makes me want to like scream.
I know.
Why on earth are
Yeah.
you crazy?
I know. It's like, oh my gosh, just let it be.
Well, and then they started talking because they gave me a really good price on it because it wasn't broken apart. So they're like, oh yeah, they slashed it 50%. So I was like, oh, okay. But they said, because you got a lot of work here, but you break this apart and you can do 200 for this piece, 200 for that, 200 for that. But I got it for $90.
Oh,
I'm not joking. I was like, yeah, I do got a lot of work here.
oh,
But I was hoping then, later you start to think like, well, was that really, maybe I didn't get rhodochrosite because the price was so good. But like you said, Lisa, the person was coming from such a different perspective of making this into jewelry. And they looked at how much work was involved in it versus I'm looking at what energetically can I use this with? And I just felt drawn to it.
yeah. It comes down to what is another person's trash is another person's treasure. And in the jewelry world, all they could see was, mm, may not get the highest, gemmiest quality because they want clarity. They want to be able to see through it. A lot of rhodochrosite, you can't see through it. that one section is outrageously rare to have that. So to them, it was not worth it. But for those of us who like the natural pieces, oh my gosh. So it depends on who's pricing it and what they are interested in. So
Mhm.
yeah. I mean I have had moments where I really want to cozy up to some of the jewelers to get their scraps.
Mhm.
But it's like I'm not gonna buy your jewelry. I want your scrap. I haven't done it yet. I haven't done it yet. So because a lot I don't resonate with the jewelry sellers. There's nothing wrong with them. It's just not my thing.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see in Tucson this year. I will find somebody that I resonate with and say, "Hey, I'll take your ruby scrap. I'll take your ruby scrap from you and we'll see what it looks like." Oh goodness. Okay, this is a good place to end and we will pick up here tomorrow. So do you have any questions in the meantime? Okay, so keep your shungite water. We didn't get to shungite yet. Keep your shungite water on standby. Don't move it, because we're gonna do some analysis tomorrow. We'll finish up these and then we're gonna go into advanced tools, advanced grids, advanced layouts, and then I'll talk about the certification process. So, all right.
The only question I have is, do you have room in a suitcase for me to go to Tucson with you? I am I am like I so want to go to Tucson this year, but I
Yeah,
don't think it'll happen.
Tucson's going to be interesting. Um, because I don't know. I mean, there's such fluctuation with the tariffs. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what kind of pricing we're going to be dealing with. There may be less suppliers that show up. I don't know. I'm not going to know until I get there. Um, yeah. Yeah. But I tell people, a lot of people want to go to Tucson with me, and I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. My very first Tucson show, I took somebody with me because I'm like, I need your luggage. I need your help. And after that, she's like, I'm not sure I really like you as a person anymore. And I'm like, I told you we were not going to window shop. I told you that when I'm done, we're done. Get out of there. I've got a lot of ground that I have to cover. And she's like, I know, but I didn't believe it until we were there. And I'm like, oh, you're fine. Get over it. Like, I don't window shop. Like, I am like a bullet. I get in. I mean, for me to spend 4 hours at the Himalayan booth is crazy because I am selecting. I don't mess around. It is not pleasant to shop with me. Another time, this was only a few years ago, somebody in the Crystal Cluster who lives in Tucson, she met me and I said, you can meet me at the Himalayan booth. But after that, you're on your own. You can't come with me because, again, you're not going to like me. I move too fast. I'm going to disappear on you. You're going to want to stop at a booth. It's like going on vacation with your spouse, and you're like, oh, okay, all right, you want to stop and look at this. Okay, I could care less, but I will do it because you're my spouse. In Tucson, no, 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 I have to move. I have limited time. I have to move. And when I was getting ready to move out of the Himalayan booth, she's like, "Okay, I'm not going to follow you because you're scaring me with how you're shopping."
You
She's
know
like,
what though? That's what it sounds like when I do any other kind of shopping. Any other kind of shopping, I am there for a reason. I have a list. I go straight to what I want, and
"Yeah,
then I'm done.
yeah,
The only thing where I wander around is at gem and crystal shows.
yeah,
Because I
yeah,
don't have anything specific sometimes. I'm there to feel what I'm interested in or
Yeah.
what's interested in me.
Yeah.
So it's really it's like the complete opposite of literally any other shopping I do.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just forewarn people, hey, if you want to go, that is fantastic. You're not going to see me. You're not going to see. And even one person is like, can we have dinner? No. No, because as soon as I'm done shopping, I am hunkered down in my room. I am unpacking, repacking the mail, repacking to put in my suitcase, what goes in checked luggage, what goes in carry-on luggage, what do I make? I am up at 6 a.m. I don't go to bed until midnight. I have a pro there is no dinner. My sister lives in the area. I don't see her. It's like I don't have time. Now, if I want to spend an extra day and spend the money and spend the time, but it is so intense there, it's like, get me out. Like, I am fried. Like, so I'm like Zorro. I get in, I make my Z, and I get out. Like, and how I
Yeah,
get out with anywhere from 200 to 300 pounds of crystals in 2.5 days is shocking. It is
that
shocking.
that
It,
is amazing knowing how big that show is.
yeah.
Like it's literally 100 different places around the
Yeah,
city.
it's the whole
And
city. Yeah,
yeah, it's
yeah,
crazy. Like I might hit one or two of them when I'm there,
yeah.
and I'll wander around and look at things, pick stuff up. But there's like because that's my style of looking for the crystals.
Mhm.
Like it is not surgical precision, so there's
Yeah,
no way on earth I'm gonna hit all of the show.
yeah, yeah. I hit 17 different shows because
Wow.
last year there were 49 locations. Half of them are jewelry, so it's like I'm not
Right.
going. I hit 47. Within each, there could be anywhere from 100 to 1,000 booths.
Right.
So it's thousands of booths, and it's like most of it is crap. It's like move on, move on, move on, go, go, go. And then once I find a booth, I'm in it, make it fast, pick what I need, and it has to be all intuition. I'm
Right.
I'm grilling them, I'm getting information, I'm simultaneously taking notes as they're packaging. It's like, oh my, it's exhausting, but it's I love it. It is high stress, but it is super fun to do it at the same time. I don't know how to explain it. It's like torture, but I enjoy it.
Well, it
It,
is. I mean, I can imagine because it is like just that environment is so high energy
oh yeah.
when you're surrounded by it and when you do have specific goals, I
Mhm.
can see how it can be both energizing and depleting at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why I cannot be on the ground more than 2.5 days.
Hmm.
I am toast by the end. It's like, oh my gosh, it's too much of a good thing. And I can't think. Like I literally cannot make a decision. And I get to the end of that, kind of that third day, and it's like, yeah, I could go back out. I've packaged everything. I could go back out. I could go back to this one deal because there was this other crystal, and it's like, I just can't. I just can't.
Yeah.
Like I'm fried. I'm fried. And I know people who go there for the entire 2 weeks. And I'm sure they're moving a lot slower, and it's like, bless your heart. I can't, I can't even fathom that. I can't even fathom that. I think they just move very slow. Like, we're just going to go to one show on this day. First of all, I'd be bored to tears because sometimes I can move through a show in 30 minutes. I can move through hundreds of booths in 30 minutes, and it's like, there's nothing here. What would I
Yeah.
do? What would I do the rest of the time? I mean, I could go slower. I think I would bore myself. Like, this is not. So, yeah, it's like people say it all the time. Allie, I want to go shopping with you. No, you don't. No.
No, I just want to ride in the suitcase and get the trip there.
Yeah, and one year, and this was awesome. I brought my dad along, um, because my mom had passed, and he felt like he could
Yeah.
travel. And I had my sister meet us at one of the shows, and I'm like, take dad. Like, you take dad, you spend 3 days with him, we'll connect. And I'm like, Dad, I just need your luggage. You can have a carry-on, but then you're going to have two checked pieces of luggage. He's like, okay. I'm like, you have fun with your other daughter. I need your luggage. He's like, okay. He's like, I don't even think I want to shop with you. No, you don't.
No.
No, you don't. And when he saw me packaging crystals on that final night in the hotel
Mhm.
room, he's like, this is crazy. Yeah. And you don't even know what's in the three other suitcases and the eight large flat rate boxes that are
Right.
already in the mail. You haven't even seen that. He's like, yeah, it is, but I enjoy it. I really love it. It's just my favorite show. I'm getting ready to book my ticket and go there. So, yeah.
Well,
Hey.
I'm so grateful because, all that laser focus, it brings so much change in my life, to be able to work with the quality crystal and see the difference. And now, be able to go into a crystal shop in my own town and feel the difference. I mean, I would have
Yeah.
intuitively felt it, but now it's like, okay, this makes sense. Where
Yeah.
before I might be like drawn in to just like, well, what does she mean by she's a Lemurian? Like, and you would just cover all that. So it was really great to have that information inside and not feel like, oh, she knows magic I don't know, and I want to figure this out, and be in my head and my ego versus that intuition, and just be
Mhm.
like, nope, this I could see what it is. And Lisa, like you said, maybe I'm kind of intrigued to go in with a Herkimer diamond. And be
Right?
like,
I know. It
huh.
sounds like an awesome experiment.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
know. Yeah, if you do that, you're going to have to let us know. But yeah,
Yes.
your discernment is really working for you.
But I'm grateful that I'm so grateful that you take that time because um, it is trying to tap into that discernment quickly
Yeah.
because you don't like I have the time to go into my hometown one, go home, think about it, or go into like that one when the episode was calling me. I'm like, I didn't buy it right then and there. I went home and then it was in my dream, like it, and then I
Yeah.
looked down and it was 444, and I'm like, okay, I don't need any more affirmations. I'm just gonna go do this.
Yeah.
And yeah, so great. So thank you
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
you do that.
Well, and it's for me. It's like I know I have intuition. It's just buried so deep that I don't trust it, and it's getting that affirmation here that I do have knowledge and I do have intuition,
Yes.
and I can tap into both. I just have to like release it a little
Yeah.
from where it's been buried,
Mhm.
and that's what all of these like the classes and the meetups and all of that are teaching me.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. We all are intuitive. Absolutely. All right. Well, until tomorrow morning, I will see you then.
All right, see ya.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.